participation rates per age group. So there's going to be a lot of information released there in 15 minutes. We'll have it all covered for you on ABC News.
Welcome to Canberra for an experience unprecedented in Australian democracy. An experiment in snail mail. Yes, an envelope in the post is about to unlock what our elected officials could or would not. That is, to legally define or redefine what marriage in Australia means. Now, we know already that more than 80% of Australians have had their say in the same-sex postal survey. Exactly what they have said, though, is going to be publicly declared by the chief statistician in less than 15 minutes from now. And when that happens, we'll bring it to you live here on ABC TV and on the news channel as well. Afterwards, we have reporters positioned at locations right around this vast country of ours, trying our best to bring you all the reaction. And that's from both the yes and no camps once that result comes through. Now, in the meantime, I'm joined in our studio here in Parliament House in Canberra by our political editor, Andrew Probyn, to discuss what will happen once that result comes in. And Andrew, how do we expect events to flow? The presumption is largely that the yes vote will prevail, but what do we know about the government's handling of matters once the result is declared?
Well, the presumption is that there is going to be a yes vote. The calculation behind the scenes is that because we've had quite a strong turnout, over 80%, then the actual polling of perceptions and the way people feel is much more accurate. If we did have a turnout that was in the 50s and 60s, then the polling would be inaccurate, or a lot more inaccurate, because no polling's actually absolutely perfect. So the expectation is that there's going to be a yes victory here in this very unusual exercise in Australian democracy. We know that the Prime Minister is going to be straight out after David Kalish has spoken. He's the chief statistician. He's going to be speaking at 10. It's clearly going to be quite a short press conference, given that the Prime Minister is planning to be out shortly after 10.
Yes, and what that tells us, Andrew, is that obviously the government has anticipated, war-gamed, to use another expression, the way that things will roll from the public announcement. So what has it done in the lead up to this as far as strategising and preparing for the handling of a private member's bill? Because people are having their say, but that doesn't actually get the Act changed. Yeah,
this is not the perfect way, obviously. We heard at the beginning of the year from Peter Dutton, or we heard that Peter Dutton was behind it, that there was this notion that the nation could be going to a postal survey. It was laughed at. You know, no one could believe that we would have a postal survey to decide on something that really the politicians themselves should be decided. So when you think about that and what a sort of historical day it is, the government then has to work out a way to have ownership of today. Now, while we know that the Prime Minister himself is very much in favour of legalising same-sex marriage, he has got this sort of rather awkward situation where he's had to adopt a system which he didn't really support, but one he had to embrace for political purposes. That's what we've got today. So today will be for the Prime Minister to make sure that any decision is owned by him. The expectation, he's going to own this yes vote. He's going to celebrate it. There's going to be certain euphoria, you would think, around this place and around many parts of Australia, who are glad that this has been sorted, at least by the people. But it's not ended yet, has it?
No, it hasn't. And it's interesting, your observation there about when this idea of a compromise was first floated. I remember one cabinet minister described it as a non-starter. No way would we look at this postal survey. It's plebiscite or bust. And yet politics has a habit of trying to land compromises. This is a classic compromise, and yet it would have to be said one that appears to have
It
worked,
appears to have
as
worked.
far as, regardless of the result, as far as measuring public sentiment so that politics could then do its thing.
This has been, we already knew from the very first week of turnout, when we knew that it was over 50, we knew it was actually had been much more of a success than anyone had thought it would be. Now, the key to this the political success of what's going on here is, of course, sorting this out by Christmas. And it's the fact that we have Peter Dutton and Matthias Cormann driving this process behind the scenes. They're the ones who want this sorted too, because we internally inside the government, there is a clash between the Conservatives and the moderates.
So what does that mean, that Conservatives have driven this resolution? What does that tell us about the broader dynamic at play?
Well, the broader dynamic, I mean, so if there's a yes vote, we have these two competing pieces of legislation. One of them is not going to get up. That's the James Paterson one. The Smith one is going to get up, but it's going to have to be amended to soothe some of the anxieties inside the Conservative wing. But the Conservative wing is split between those who know that if there is going to be a leadership change inside government, and, you know, perish the thought, given the changes that we've had to Parliament in recent years, but if there is going to be, then the next Liberal Prime Minister, if there's going to be change, is going to be Conservative. Now, that side of the Liberal Party needs this sorted out as much as everyone else and as much as the Australian people want it sorted. So there's a lot of skin in the game here, even from the Conservative wing of the Liberal Party.
All right, more analysis from our political editor, Andrew Probyn, in a moment. But as we flagged at the beginning of our coverage this morning, we'll try to bring you all the major moments as events unfold this morning. And we're showing you now some shots of a gathering here in Parliament House of the supporters of same-sex marriage. As you can see there, an ecumenical gathering, a cross-party gathering featuring Penny Wong, or at least the back of Penny Wong's head, several Conservative senators. We have Senator Skye Kokoschki-Moore there. We can see the Greens leader, Richard Di Natale, Sam Dastyari. They're all there, Murray Watt as well. So they've got their fingers crossed, and clearly they are hoping for a celebration in around 8 to 9 minutes from now. So that's the Yes gathering in Parliament House. And Andrew Probyn, you would have to say that through the course of this campaign, if we're going to call it a campaign, generally speaking, the weight of effort and the weight of resources appeared to be stacked heavily on the Yes side. That's measuring public events, it's measuring primetime television advertising and media advertising. They seem to have the wind behind their sails at all times.
I think so. I mean, in those images that we saw just before, we did see one of the reasons behind that, and that you have got this cross-party support for the Yes campaign. The No campaign's probably a bit slow out of the blocks, to be quite frank. But then again, you know, they knew that they were fighting from behind. You know, polls have consistently said that support for legalising same-sex marriage is in the 60s and 70s. So they knew that it was going to be difficult. We saw the first person out of the blocks was in fact Tony Abbott, who gave that blistering mini press conference outside the House of Reps one day.
Redefining all the questions about political correctness, vote no, being told what to think, vote no. It was an interesting redefinition there at the get-go by the former Prime Minister. Now, as we suggested, we're trying to show the people's movement, I suppose, in support of this change, if they are to succeed in the ballot when it's announced in 7 or 8 minutes. This vision at the moment comes to you from Sydney, where a gathering, again, organised by the Yes campaign in anticipation. You would have to think of them succeeding. They wouldn't gather in such numbers were they anticipating defeat, would be the presumption at this point in the morning on the east coast of Australia. So quite a gathering there with the rainbow flags and what looks to be several hundred people on a workday Wednesday in the biggest city in our nation. So once the news comes through, we'll go back to that scene and show you what we do anticipate is probably jubilation. We do not want to jump the gun here and call it before it's announced by the Chief Statistician, David Kalish, but we're trying to cover all our bases. Interesting to note, Andrew Probyn, that the Yes campaign, very organised as we see there in Sydney, as we saw in Canberra, actually when invited to allow cameras in and show us their instant reactions, the No campaign was somewhat more reserved. They're not actually allowing that to occur.
Well, I mean, maybe they've got their own inkling as to how it might go, but I think also that they know too that the battle is elsewhere. It's in later in the week, and it is over those two bills that we were discussing before.
And so they're already moving to redefine the argument post this announcement today. And
what's also interesting about that second bill, the one that is going to be in competition with Dean Smith's bill, is that its main author, we're told, is James Paterson. Now, James Paterson actually is in favour of legalising same-sex marriage, but he's in, for the purposes of his alternative bill, he's in the camp of people who are dead against it.
Why is that? Why are they doing that?
Well, because this is all about religious freedoms, and there is a clue as to perhaps why he's drafted it, and there's a section in it. Section 88S of his alternative bill, and it talks about victimisation, and for the purposes of victimisation, which is an offence under this rival bill, is that a person commits an offence if the person commits an act of victimisation, which is defined in part as someone who has made or proposes to make a complaint under the Human Rights Commission Act, which is quite and so the complainants, those who complain about that particular element say, well, this is just undermining anti-discrimination law. And that is what the Prime Minister was talking about when he addressed this very issue yesterday. I mean, the viewers wouldn't realise, but Greg, you've just basically got off a plane from Manila.
And this was addressed by the Prime Minister. Let's recap on that in a moment, but we do have just sufficient time before we go to the Australian Bureau of Statistics headquarters here in Canberra, just to look back on where we've been. Now, the government, of course, announced this postal survey back in August, and since then, both sides of the argument have battled to win the hearts and minds of voters. Let's take a look back now at how the campaign unfolded.
I will be voting yes, and as will Lucy, and I'd encourage others to do so.
This debate is all about the consequences, it's about freedom, and it's about whether kids will be taught that their gender is fluid.
Equal rights! Equal rights!
I believe that the argument of the Yes case is an argument which most Australians accept. The argument that we should all be treated equally.
When Yes campaigners talk about equality, they're talking about equality for adults and their wishes. What is left out of the conversation is the rights of children.
Put the children first! Put the children first!
If you don't like same-sex marriage, vote no. If you're worried about religious freedom and freedom of speech, vote no. And if you don't like political correctness, vote no, because voting no will help to stop political correctness in its tracks.
This is a simple question of whether or not you believe the law in Australia should be changed to allow same-sex couples to marry. That is the end of the story. That's as far as it goes.
To see Auntie Chris marry Virginia, to do it here in front of friends and family, it would be so special, and I'm so hoping that that's something I get to be a part of.
As a mum, I've come to realise the importance of voting no to changing the marriage law.
Supporting same-sex marriage in our country strengthens values. That's a good Liberal value.
What are you voting? Yes!
The No campaign has been going about its task very purposefully in pointing out the consequences if we were to change the definition of marriage.
This has been a campaign that has been tough at times, and it's been a campaign where we've seen everyday Australians stand up for their gay and lesbian mates, wanting them to get this done.
If it is a yes vote, there are problems with freedom of speech, there are implications for freedom of religion. We've seen that internationally.
Marriage is a civil right!
That is the way it unfolded throughout the course of the campaign. And we are inside of a minute now. The Australian Bureau of Statistics likes to be precise, so we will go to them now. Their Belconnen headquarters. Here is the Chief Statistician, David Kalish.
Good morning, everyone. My name's David Kalish, and I'm the Australian Statistician. I'd like to welcome everyone here to the Australian Bureau of Statistics and acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, paying my respects to elders past and present. I called this media conference to announce the results of the Australian Marriage Law Postal Survey. It's probably the only time millions of Australians will gather to hear from the Australian Statistician. As the nation's official statistical agency, the ABS provides trusted, relevant, objective statistics to inform Australia's important decisions. ABS statistics provide quality information about our society, our population, the economy and the environment. On August 9, 2017, the Treasurer directed the ABS to ask everyone on the electoral roll if they wish to express a view on the issue of whether the law should be changed to allow same-sex couples to marry. The ABS was required to provide results for the nation as a whole, at the state and territory level, and for every Commonwealth electoral division. The Treasurer's direction required the results by today, which the ABS has achieved. The ABS worked to enable as many eligible people as possible to participate in the voluntary survey. Together with our government partners and a number of suppliers, our goal was to make the process as easy as possible without compromising the integrity of the process or the results. The survey was simple and could be completed by those travelling or living overseas, those in remote communities, people with disability, and those who speak different languages. Only one response per eligible Australian was counted. Today, along with the results, we also provide a statement on quality and integrity of the survey. Australians can have trust in these statistics. So now to the final count of participation. Millions of Australians reported and responded to this voluntary survey. And the final number was 12,727,920 people. Overall, this survey achieved a response rate of 79.5%. This is outstanding for a voluntary survey and well above other voluntary exercises conducted around the world. It shows how important this issue is to many Australians. Participation was strong across all ages, with all age groups having higher than 70% participation. Participation in the survey was slightly higher at older ages and slightly lower for younger age groups, but not markedly so. It's worth noting our youngest on the electoral roll, the 18 and 19-year-olds, responded strongly, with around 78% participating. Participation was between 77.9% and 82.4% in every state and territory except the Northern Territory, where 58.4% of those eligible chose to have a say. Participation in the survey was over 70% in 146 of the 150 Commonwealth electorates. For the remaining 4 electorates, it was over 60% for 3 and over 50% for the remaining 1. With this high and consistent participation rate across ages, states and territories, and Commonwealth electorates, Australians can have confidence these statistics reflect the view of the eligible population. And now the official results of the Australian Marriage Law Postal Survey. For the national result, yes responses, 7,817,247, representing 61.6% of clear responses. That's 61.6% of clear responses were yes. No responses, 4,873,987, representing 38.4% of clear responses. That's 38.4% of clear responses were no. A further 36,686 responses were unclear, representing 0.2% of total responses. At a state and territory level, every state and territory recorded a majority yes result. Every state and territory recorded a majority yes result over 60%, with the exception of New South Wales, which recorded a majority yes result of 57.8%. ACT had the highest majority yes at 74%. By Commonwealth electoral division, of the 150 Commonwealth electorates, a majority yes outcome was recorded for 133 electorates, and a majority no outcome was recorded for only 17 electorates. Results were clearly in favour of yes or no in every Commonwealth electoral division. Within those 133 electorates with a majority yes response, there were 95 electorates with a majority yes response of at least 60%. Within those 17 electorates with a majority no response, there were 6 electorates with a majority no response of at least 60%. 5 electorates had a closer results within the 49-51 range. 3 had a marginal no outcome, and 2 of these had a marginal yes outcome. The full results will shortly be made available on the dedicated Marriage Law Postal Survey website, marriagesurvey.abs.gov.au, and via the ABS website. It gives me great pleasure to return these results back to the community today. Ultimately, the strong participation by the Australian public and their clear responses to the survey have delivered this quality information back to the community. I thank everyone who followed the instructions, and nearly everyone did, as this helped us process the forms quickly and accurately. The ABS has also been prudent with taxpayer funds. While the costs are still being tallied, I'm confident that the final cost for the survey will be under $100 million, many millions of dollars less than the available budget. In closing, I thank the ABS staff who worked long hours with terrific energy to deliver this survey through a task force led by Deputy Australian Statistician Jonathan Palmer. This has been a superb team effort, drawing expert and dedicated staff from across the ABS. I acknowledge and thank the large number of agencies across government and the private sector, including the Australian Electoral Commission, Department of Human Services, and Australia Post, that assisted the ABS to undertake this survey. I'd also like to recognise our entire ABS team, who continue to deliver the many official statistics continuously expected from the ABS during these past 99 days. These included the latest economic statistics, population numbers, a further release of quality data from the 2016 census, and more. Later this morning, the ABS will also release the latest wage growth estimates. Tomorrow it's the monthly labour force estimates for October, and Friday we release overseas arrivals and departure statistics that are a key input for our population estimates. While the government directed the ABS to undertake this survey, they also assisted us to conduct it in a timely manner. I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of Minister Cormann, his office and department. Finally, a bouquet to the media, who gave the ABS frequent access to communicate to the public and helped increase community awareness of the survey process. Thank you. This brings a close to this morning's announcement. Thank you for your attention and interest. And Jonathan Palmer, Deputy Australian Statistician and Australian Marriage Law Postal Survey Lead, and I are available to take a few questions on the results and the process.
So if you were asked by the government, would you say, yes, indeed, we could do this survey again in other areas? And if you were asked, could you suggest some areas that might be useful to have such a survey?
I think it'd be fair to say that we would prefer to have an orderly statistical program and to have, I suppose, a lot more lead time in terms of conducting key surveys. But what the ABS does is deliver surveys on key important issues.
Were you surprised by this result?
The result is consistent with some of the polls, but obviously the detail that the ABS has provided at the state and territory level and the electorate level is quite a bit more than you could see from the national polls. What's clear is the outstanding contribution that the Australian public has made to the survey and the clarity of the result.
The variation between the electorates. What was the highest yes vote and what was the lowest?
I'll give you. As I mentioned, there were a lot of electorates with very high yes votes. Some of the top electorates with a yes vote, in fact, the top of the pops is Melbourne in Victoria, with 83.7% yes. Sydney and New South Wales, almost the same result, again 83.7 result. Melbourne, Ports and Wentworth were the two other electorates with a majority yes result. Of no, mainly in Western Sydney, Blaxland in New South Wales with a no result of 73.9, and Watson in New South Wales again 69.9. They were the only two electorates with a majority no above 70%. Yes. 69.9. Yeah. So around that 70% mark.
In terms of the amount of work involved to get this to this point, what kind of additional measures did the Bureau have to bring on? Extra hours, overtime, working late into the night? Can you explain what the Bureau had to do to get to this point?
Well, we had people working nights, working weekends. We had morning and afternoon stand-ups about sort of what were the processes that we needed to achieve for the day and what we'd then achieved following the day. We also did divert some staff from some of our infrastructure spending, so that will need to be caught up over coming months.
How will you celebrate this achievement of effectively delivering this survey and under budget?
Well, I suppose two things. We've got a fairly sedate afternoon tea this afternoon. Public servants don't sort of rally too much. But the other thing that we are going to be doing next week is actually having an evaluation of this process to see what we can learn for the census and for Census 2021 and for other processes that the Bureau will do in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, so it is not every day that the Chief Statistician of Australia becomes the bearer of historic news, but that has happened today. David Kalish announcing from the ABS's headquarters in Belconnen here in the ACT that Australians have spoken and they have shouted yes on the question of legalising same-sex marriage by emphatic margins of, some proportion, really. Andrew Probyn, our political editor, just run through those numbers for us.
62-38 is the two-party. Let's speak in political terms. But the turnout, as we were discussing, it was around 80%, 79.5, so slightly under that. Now, statistically speaking, because it is a day of stats, at least temporarily, at least, you had to get a 62.5% to get to ensure that those who hadn't voted, and if those who hadn't voted had all voted no, that it was at least going to be a win. So they're just a shade under that with 61.6. But you'd have to say this is an emphatic win. Fascinating too that there are actually 17 of the 150 electorates who voted no. So we don't quite know where they are, what they are, with the exception of two. And those two that he called out then were both Labor seats. Blaxland held by Jason Clare, which had a near 74% no count, and Tony Burke in Watson, 70%. So it just shows you how tricky this has been politically behind the scenes.
Now, there will be a goldmine of data to enter into as it becomes available, and the ABC's website will have that data available for you very shortly democracy as we understand it. But let's move away from the tin tax and go to the emotion, I suppose, that is unlocked by this announcement. Joe Nicholson is our reporter in Sydney. Joe, you're there with an overwhelmingly supportive Yes crowd. What happened at approximately 3 minutes past 10 Eastern Australian time when David Kalish, the chief statistician, laid out that figure?
Well, just before the announcement, there was a hush over the crowd, a nervous optimism ahead of the announcement. And then when it came back in favour of the yes vote, there was a cheer from the crowd, and Love is in the Air from John Paul Young started playing. Lots of people waving rainbow flags here and kissing and hugging. There was a real mood of celebration here as that result came through. Throughout the morning there was nervous optimism. People were hopeful, given that polls had reflected that it would return a yes vote, but people weren't getting too far ahead of themselves, so they were really celebrating after that official result came back. We've got speakers on the stage now, Magda Szubanski, Ian Thorpe, Christine Forster, really prominent people from the Yes campaign have been here today to mark this event.
Joe, we are looking at some pictures as you speak to us, and it does look like a very large crowd indeed. What do you estimate, without being an official surveyor of the numbers, what do you estimate to be the size of crowd that's turned out there where you are?
I'd say it's safe to say thousands of people have turned out here. Of course, it's a work day, so a lot of people are at work here in Sydney, but this is the official park, Prince Alfred Park in Sydney, where the Yes campaign was gathering. And yes, I'd say it's safe to say that thousands of people are here, as well as lots of dogs. This is a dog park, and lots of dogs with their rainbow scarves have also turned out here. So yeah, thousands of people all celebrating now, but now looking ahead to that what will be put before Parliament to make same-sex marriage officially legal in Australia.
And clearly by their turnout they had, I presume, anticipated being on the winning side of the ledger with these statistics. But you mentioned, Joe, that there was a little bit of nervousness in the lead up to the announcement. Is it your estimation that they had seriously, any of them, contemplated the possibility of the no vote actually prevailing today?
Absolutely, there was thought that could prevail today. Nobody was getting too far ahead of themselves. There was the nervous optimism, but absolutely there was every chance that the no vote could get through. There was talk as well about the importance of coming together as a group for this announcement, regardless of which way the vote went, whether they were celebrating the yes vote or whether they were getting together to support each other if there was a no vote. They said that it was important regardless to come together, and there will of course be parties here in Sydney throughout the day, definitely on Oxford Street, Sydney's Oxford Street, which is renowned for the annual Mardi Gras parade. There's a big party happening there. I think the celebrations will continue long into the day.
And as that roar goes up in the crowd behind you, Joanna Nicholson, we're going to leave you at this point and quite possibly return to the park where you are in Sydney for more coverage. You will no doubt speak to people there to gauge the mood further. But in the interests of balance, we also are going to a function involving the no vote now, and we have our reporter Jade McMillan covering a gathering where supporters of traditional marriage have gathered. And Jade, if you're with us now, we've seen some euphoria with Joanna Nicholson. We will pause because the Prime Minister's stepping up here in Canberra. Let's go to him now.
Have spoken in their millions, and they have voted overwhelmingly yes for marriage equality. They voted yes for fairness. They voted yes for commitment. They voted yes for love. And now it is up to us here in the Parliament of Australia to get on with it, to get on with the job the Australian people have tasked us to do and get this done this year before Christmas. That must be our commitment. We ask the Australian people for their view. This was an unprecedented exercise in democracy. A voluntary survey, a voluntary postal survey in which 80% participated, and over 61%, 61.6% have said yes. That is an overwhelming participation rate and an overwhelming yes vote. Now, I know that many people, a minority obviously, voted no. But we are a fair nation. There is nothing more Australian than a fair go. There is nothing more Australian than equality and mutual respect. And everyone has had their say. That's what we pledged at the last election. Many people stood in our way. The Labor Party, a number of people on the crossbench and others. They didn't want Australians to have their say. We did. And it is a great credit to Matthias Cormann that he was able to put together this ABS postal survey. A great credit to him, a great credit to the ABS and the officers of the Australian Electoral Commission that assisted them to have this done so efficiently, so comprehensively, so emphatically. And I say to all Australians, whatever your views on this issue may be, we must respect the voice of the people. We asked them for their opinion and they have given it to us. It is unequivocal. It is overwhelming. They are our masters, we who are elected to Parliament. It is our job now to get on with it. Get on with it and get this done. It's fair. The people have voted yes for marriage equality. Now it's our job to deliver it. Matthias.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. We went to the last election promising to give the Australian people the opportunity to have their say as to whether or not the law should be changed to allow same-sex couples to marry. We've delivered on that commitment. The Australian people have spoken and resolved that the law should be changed to allow same-sex couples to marry, and it is now incumbent on the Australian Parliament to act on that decision, to implement that decision. As the government has said from the outset, this is now going to be a matter for the Parliament. The government will facilitate consideration of a private member's bill, and indeed, that is of course now expected to occur. The Parliament over the next few weeks will need to determine the right balance in terms of the appropriate religious protections. We're very confident that that debate will be able to take place constructively through the Senate and through the House of Representatives, and for this to be resolved by the end of the year.
Well, that is certainly our goal. Certainly, our goal is to have the legislation passed through the Parliament before we rise for Christmas.
Are you satisfied with the Smith Bill in its current form, and can you be more specific, rather than just saying religious freedom is important, about what you might like out of this process over the next couple of weeks in order to meet your concerns?
Well, can I just say that the Smith Bill does... it's called the Smith Bill, and with all credit to and affection for Senator Smith, it is, of course, it came out of a Senate committee. As you know, last year, the Attorney-General produced an exposure draft of a draft bill to legalise same-sex marriage for consultation. It was considered by a Senate committee which made a number of suggestions and proposals. Many of those were taken up in this bill it is really a collective work. But the important point is, Catherine, that yes, it does provide protections for religious bodies and ministers of religion, for example. Can't be obliged to marry people that they don't want to marry. That's all right and proper, and broadly accepted. But this is a free vote. It's very important to remember what I promised at the election. My commitment was to give every Australian their say. That has been done. They have spoken, and they've said overwhelmingly yes, that the law should be changed to allow same-sex couples to marry. So it's our job to do that. Now, it is also a free vote, and that means that members of the coalition can vote on the bill, whichever way their conscience tells them to vote, and on amendments, and they can move whatever amendments they wish. And there will no doubt be a very lively debate, and there will be amendments will be put up. Some will no doubt get accepted, others will not. That's in the nature of debate. But it is a free vote, and that's the commitment we made at the election. We are sticking scrupulously to the promises we made at the election.
Obviously, I mean, I'm on the public record as saying that I believe the Smith Bill is a good starting point, and indeed a number of senators have given notice that they will seek to introduce the Smith Bill into the Senate this afternoon. I do believe that there is a need for some additional religious protections. I'm not going to go into the specifics today. That's going to be a matter for the debate over the next few weeks. What would happen this week if the motion that was given notice of in the Senate were to pass the Senate later today is that tomorrow the Senate would start the second reading debate. The debate will not go beyond the second reading debate tomorrow on the terms of the motion that was moved, and the debate on amendments, the debate in the committee stages of the bill will only take place in the week of the 27th of November. So I believe that this is now an opportunity for senators of goodwill from all sides of this debate to engage with each other, to explore opportunities for common ground. I have noted that in recent weeks, senior members of parliament from across the political divide have expressed their support for appropriate levels of religious protections as part of this marriage law reform, and I will participate in these conversations along with everybody else. I will participate in the debate and I will make my final judgments based on those discussions as the legislation progresses through the Parliament.
What would describe this process, Conservative colleagues? What would your message be to Conservative colleagues that are now looking to drag their feet and filibuster on this debate to push it well into the new year?
Well, I don't accept your premise, but at all. But I am always able and do meet with colleagues from all sides of the debate on this issue to talk about their concerns and their whatever proposed amendments they have. So I'm very happy to discuss those with them. Protecting religious freedom and freedom of speech is very important, but equally, we are the nation of the fair go and mutual respect, and we treat people equally. We don't discriminate against people because of their gender or their sexual orientation, their religion or their race or the colour of their skin. So we are the nation of the fair go. That's why we're the most successful multicultural society in the world, admired, I might say, throughout the world for precisely that. So we should cherish that. But clearly, freedom of speech, freedom of religion are also enormously, these are core values, core Australian values as well. So I look forward to talking further with my colleagues. I do that all the time. That's part of my job as PM.
Prime Minister, we've heard a lot about the benefits of as we're calling it, the Smith Bill. There is the other bill that's been presented, or at least drafted by another Liberal Senator, James Paterson. What are the shortcomings in that bill? Does it go too far? To
be honest with you, the bill that James Paterson has given notice of, I was only advised of its existence on Monday when I was overseas, as you all know. So I haven't had the opportunity to read through it carefully. I look forward to catching up with James shortly. The virtue of the Smith Bill, as we'll call it, is that it has been around for quite a long time, for months and months. So I think it was first published or released in August, so quite some time ago. So it can serve the purpose as being the first draft. I mean, again, it's very important to understand the process here. This is a free vote. We committed to a free vote. And so members can move whatever bills they like. It's up to the Senate as to which bill takes precedence or priority. But the Smith Bill does have the virtue of being well understood, well read. People know what's in it, and they know what its virtues are, if you like. It's what the good things in it are, and if they've got problems with it, they can move amendments to correct its defects. That's the process.
I might just what the government has, of course, said right from the outset when we initiated this marriage law postal survey process is that the government would facilitate consideration of a private member's bill, which private member's bill is considered and in what form it ultimately passes the Parliament is entirely matter for the Parliament. There are a number of, there are 2 bills that have been put forward. I believe that there is majority support in the Senate for the Smith bill to be the starting point. Personally, I believe that the Smith bill will need some improvements. Personally, I believe that the Paterson bill goes somewhat too far. I'd like to think that the Parliament will be able to meet somewhere in between to give effect to the decision of the Australian people, to act in good faith and give effect to the decisive decision of the Australian people, but to also ensure that we accommodate the legitimate concern of many Australians for there to be appropriate levels of religious protections.
What improvements required, Minister?
Well, as I've said in response to the previous questions, I'm not going to go into the specifics today, but I will be participating in the debate privately and publicly over the next few weeks. And I think that today what we have as a result of the marriage law postal survey, what we have today is a direction from the Australian people for the Parliament to act, to give effect to their wishes in relation to this. And I think it is now up to the Parliament over the next few weeks to do its work and for people of goodwill from all sides of this argument to come together and seek consensus.
Prime Minister, do you think that improvements are required? Is the law inadequate to deal with this result?
Mark, just echo what Matthias said. The Smith bill has the advantage, just before you arrived we were talking about it, the Smith bill has the advantage of having been around for some months now. Everyone's familiar with it. It has a wide degree of support across the chambers, but of course there's the opportunity to move amendments to it and improve it. We'll obviously, Matthias and I and other members and senators will examine amendments that are proposed on their merits. But it is a free vote. That is the critically important thing. And so you'll very likely see members of the coalition and indeed members of the Labor Party taking different views on one amendment or another. And as I was saying in Manila with you just yesterday, this will be Parliament at its best. You'll see people speaking from the heart, expressing their personal views, not being dictated to or directed by party bosses or whips or anything like that. And I think we'll get a great outcome that will balance all of those values: freedom of religion, freedom of speech, equality, mutual respect, and above all, respecting the will of the Australian people. That's what we promised. We said we would give every Australian their say, and we did. Many people tried to stop us. Bill Shorten, prominent amongst them. He didn't want Australians to have their say, but thanks to the ABS survey and Matthias's very skillful management of this process, every Australian had their say. 80% of them chose to vote, and as we know, 61.6% of them said yes. That is an overwhelming result. And so, the message is clear. Australians have voted yes to marriage equality, to changing the law to allow same-sex couples to marry, and what they want us to do is to get on with it and get it done. Thank you all very much.
Clear, says the Prime Minister. Efficiently, comprehensively and emphatically, he says, Australians have answered the proposition put to them in the postal survey, an unprecedented experiment in Australian democracy. Now, we have many perspectives to bring you on the result that broke here some 30 minutes ago. Now, in a moment, we'll be talking to Senator Eric Abetz from Tasmania, a prominent no campaigner, but there was reference there by the Prime Minister to Bill Shorten, the opposition leader who was only a reluctant starter, it must be said, to this survey technique. He has spoken just a short time ago.
What a fabulous day to be an Australian, because in this survey the Australian people have declared overwhelmingly Australia is ready for marriage equality. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you first and foremost to members of our LGBTIQ community. You shouldn't have had to put up with this survey, but you embraced it. I feel for young people who've had their relationships questioned in a way which I wouldn't have thought we would see ever again. But nonetheless, what this marriage survey, this marriage equality survey shows is that unconditional love always has the last word. It may have been 61% who voted yes in the survey, but I want to say to all LGBTIQ Australians, you are 100% loved, 100% valued, and after the next 2 weeks of Parliament, 100% able to marry the person you love. This marriage equality survey is not just good for marriage equality. I believe in this survey, Australians have voted for a generous view of themselves, for a modern Australia where diversity is accepted, supported and respected. And I just want to make one promise. One promise. Today we celebrate. Tomorrow we legislate.
All right, so his face somewhat obscured, but his jubilation fully illuminated there. Bill Shorten reacting to the result. As we said before going to Bill Shorten, Labor was a reluctant starter when it came to the postal survey, but the pedal is down now. He and the Prime Minister very much on a unity ticket, I suppose it could be said, when it comes to the next step, which is one of legislation. Now, as we flag, we are joined by prominent No campaigner, Senator Eric Abetz, in our studio now, along with our political editor, Andrew Probyn. And Senator, this is a defeat for your side of the campaign. Anticipated, expected?
Congratulations to the Yes campaign. They've won a clear victory, albeit slightly lower than the polls may have indicated, but nevertheless it is a very clear victory. And so I've put out a statement headed "Regret but Respect." So I regret the decision of my fellow Australians, but the way our system works, you've got to respect it, and I have no doubt that by Christmas or thereabouts we will have...
It's an emphatic win though, isn't it, Senator?
Oh, look, 61% in anybody's language is a strong win. There's no doubt about that. But the polling had suggested, no, in fact this morning, was predicting a 2/3, 1/3 vote. It's a bit closer than that. But nevertheless, I accept your point. It is a strong
So
vote.
does that mean that you guys have to get out the way, the No campaigners?
Oh, well, in a democracy, just because you win doesn't mean that you drop the blade on the D9 Caterpillar bulldozer and just bulldoze forward. I think there is a requirement to say, and this is where I think the Senator Patterson bill is so good, it delivers for the yes voter, but ameliorates and alleviates a lot of the concerns of the no voter by protecting these fundamental virtues and values inherent and embedded in liberal beliefs, namely parental rights, freedom of speech, freedom of religion and freedom of conscience.
Well, let's look at the area that you represent. So you live obviously down in Hobart. You live in the seat of Franklin, where it was a 69% vote for the Yes campaign and 74% in the neighbouring seat of Denison. Does that mean that you're out of step with your people?
I think what the Australian people want are authentic parliamentarians that don't just look at the windsock and populism and then like an automaton follow it. I think my fellow Tasmanians know, they've seen me around long enough to know that I will fight for what I believe in, and keep in mind there are 4.8 million of our fellow Australians that actually voted no. Do we discard them? Do we obliterate their voice? Do we say they should no longer be heard? Or do we actually ask some questions as to how can their concerns be ameliorated and alleviated so as a nation we can move forward together with this decision that has been taken by our fellow Australians?
So on the James Paterson bill, Dean Smith and co say that the protections are well and truly strong enough. What is it in particular about the James Paterson bill that you think is so worthwhile?
Oh, the Paterson bill embraces the virtues and values of classic liberalism, and, might I add, virtues and values that are embodied in international treaties and recognised worldwide, such as parental rights in relation to the way your children are educated on matters moral, freedom of speech, freedom of religion and conscientious objection. And so I think the Paterson bill provides for the yes voter and also for the no voter.
But don't you think, though, that because Parliament has abrogated its responsibility to actually solve this and put it to this very unusual exercise in democracy, that you should at least try and sort this out by Christmas now?
Oh, look, as I indicated, by Christmas, but with respect, I don't agree with your assessment that it was an abrogation, because marriage as an institution being between man and woman pre-existed the nation state and our country of Australia, the United Nations. It is the foundational societal institution. It was the first societal institution, and therefore something as fundamental as that, I think, was properly given to the Australian people to decide. They have, and I'm sure that same-sex marriage...
So how will you use your vote in the Senate?
I will use my vote to seek to ensure the best possible protections for those classical liberal values of which I spoke, and then depending on how much of that is able to be gained in the Parliament, then I will consider what my final vote is. But at the moment, I would be supporting voting for the Paterson bill over the Smith bill, and at the end of the day, I have no doubt that the Australian people's wish of same-sex marriage will be legislated.
Yeah. And so you've been on the losing side of the argument with the Postal survey. You're acknowledging here, though, that the Parliament will, en masse, represent broadly the views of Australians. That's your prediction, is it?
Oh, look, I think so. And in fairness, going back to your question about how Tasmania votes, the simple fact is roughly 30+% of Tasmanians voted no. If we are a true democracy, one would suspect then 30% of our parliamentary representatives in Canberra might also vote no and give expression to that. And see, this 30% is, 3 times the vote that the Greens get on a national scale. Do we say that the Greens, because they only got 10% of the vote, should never be heard, never be allowed to move amendments, should not seek to influence government decisions or be engaged in the public debate on issues? Of course we don't. We say that that 10%, albeit a minority, should be listened to. In this case, it's not 10%, it is well and truly over 30, nearly 40%.
All right, well, the next step on this journey is one for the Parliament to take, and Erica Betts, for sharing your thoughts with us today. We thank you for
a pleasure. Thank you.
That perspective from the No campaign. Now, trying to cover all sides of the argument here today, we're going to go back to the Yes campaign now, and actor Magna Szubanski has spoken at the Yes rally in Sydney. Let's check in on what she's had to say.
This is for all of us, no matter what way we want to live our life. It is that we must live as equal people within this country. And the great thing, I'm always very moved. Thank you for the welcome to country. Every time I'm at an event, every time I'm at an event, I'm always struck by the warmth and generosity that our Indigenous brothers and sisters give us to this land. Because apart from them, all of us have come from somewhere else, seeking a safe, civilised society. Now Australia, white Australia, began literally as a prison, a place for the dregs of society to be dumped and to rot in isolation. A mere 239 years later, it has become one of the most stable, peaceful democracies in the world. And now we have voted through one of the last remaining pieces of inequality that exist in the legislation. So that shows that the belief in this country in a second chance for people, to not judge people by their looks or by whatever sexual identity or cultural or ethnic or religious identity they might have, is core to our beliefs.
And this is their moment in the sun, the Yes campaign. We saw in the background behind Magda Szubanski, Karen Phelps, another prominent campaigner on the Yes side, also gathered on that stage from corporate Australia, who was not entirely active, but certainly the company in Qantas was, and its chief executive, Alan Joyce, also spoke at the Sydney rally. Let's check out what he had to say too.
I came to Australia in '96. Still in certain parts of Australia, homosexuality was illegal. When I left Ireland, it was illegal. I was so proud of Ireland in May 2015 when they became the first nation in the world to vote for marriage equality. I was so proud of my country of birth. But today, I'm even more prouder of Australia, my country of selection. This is an amazing outcome, and we should all be very proud of this amazing country. We now seen a message from the Australian people to get on with it. We now all expect it. We need this to be delivered, and we need it to be delivered fast. Get on and do it, Mr. Turnbull. It's now up to you. Can I say a big thank you to everybody behind the scenes on this, particularly my partner here, Shane. If you bought a T-shirt, you probably bought her off him, because he's been doing the merchandising. And he's plenty of stock left if you want to celebrate today. And really all the team here, there's so many people that have put you Jarrahs in, you Jefford in. They go unclaimed. They're the real power behind this. A big round of applause to the big supporters here. They're the people that made this happen.
And you could almost see the emotion etched on his face. Alan Joyce of Qantas, he's the chief executive, speaking at the Yes campaign rally there in Sydney. We do have so many events to cover today between our place here in Parliament House, where there are celebrations breaking out, just as they are at rallies all around this nation of ours. In just a moment, senators, pivotal players in all of this, are going to share their views with us from across party platforms, it must be said. So we're looking at the back of Darren Hinch's head at the moment, but also there is Labor's Louise Pratt, Penny Wong, Labor's Senate leader, the Greens leader in the Senate, Richard Di Natale as well. So Dean Smith, we can see they're about to form up into an organised fashion to tell us about their next step. In fact, the Senate chamber is the next place where the action begins, now that the public have handed their verdict over to this place, the Parliament, to get on and act upon it. So, Andrew, well, let's just go to Ian Thorpe. He's speaking in Sydney now. Then we'll come back to the Senate. Ian Thorpe.
Me, it was something that I was really kind of anxious about, this result, because it is such an important outcome for so many people right across the country, and really just wanted to get it right today.
Ian, what are you looking at from our political leaders now that the decision's come in?
Well, I think because it was such a resounding victory for the Yes campaign, 133 electorates who voted in favour of this. As it's been mentioned, that would be a 100-seat majority in Parliament. That should spell it out loud and clear to our politicians. And I think that any of them, on either sides of politics, if they play around with this issue any longer, it's going to be at their own peril.
It sounds a bit cliched, but you've had some incredible battles in Nepal. How does this battle, a social battle for rights, compare to that?
I haven't thought about that exactly. You know what? the thing that is similar about it is a lot of this happens but behind the scenes, what you do and all the hard work that goes into it. People may see the moments like this or an ad or whatnot, but most of it is just getting out there and talking to people to get them on board for this. And it has been almost as grueling.
And what happens tonight, Thorpe? How do you celebrate?
I'm not celebrating just yet, but I have to do a bit more work tonight. I'm at an event, but I'll catch up with all of the supporters who've contributed to this campaign and say thank you from me as well.
What are people saying to you when they're coming up to you now in the past half hour? What have people been saying?
People have all different things, but mostly people are really appreciative of my support for the campaign, which I've been pleased that I've been able to be a part of it and do something that I feel is right, not only for the LGBTI community, but for the Australian community as well.
Any plans to tie the knot yourself with your partner?
No plans as yet. I don't have the right to yet. So.
So getting a little personal there. Ian Thorpe, do you intend to get married? No, not quite yet, he says, one step at a time, but we'll recap some of his thoughts in a moment. Let's go now, though, back to the Senate courtyard where Senator Dean Smith of the Liberal Party is speaking.
As a vibrant, democratic and free nation, the most important electoral mandate we have seen. Stronger than the 1996 mandate that elected the Howard government, stronger than the plebiscite rejection of military conscription in 1917. This is, by any and every measure, a huge democratic achievement for our country. I thank those people for participating, because many, many people participated who didn't want to. It was not my first choice, but I accept that Australians have embraced it and given us a clear outcome, a clear result. It is now up to Parliament to do what it has always been expected to do, and that is to legislate, and I'm arguing this afternoon to legislate on a bill that is fair, that is considered, dare I say it is the sensible centre, but one that is born out of a comprehensive, careful Senate committee process. If I can indulge for one moment, it's Australia's Day, but it's the Australian Senate's Day. This is a process that began many, many months ago. It began in December of last year with my colleagues Senator Janet Rice and Senator Louise Pratt, Senator Sky Kokoschki-Moore and myself in that Senate committee process. And yes, it's true, I took that report and I laboured over it with my Liberal colleagues and produced what we thought is a very fair, a very sensible bill that I think, that I hope, will be the architecture that gives effect to same-sex marriage. Finally, thank you to Western Australia, recording the second highest vote of any Australian state. Thank you to all those West Australians who have participated so strongly in seats like Pearce and Moore and Canning and Curtin and Brand, who have made it crystal clear what their view is and how they want this done. Ladies and gentlemen, advance Australia fair. I'm proud to be a senator. I'm proud to be West Australian. I've never been more proud to stand up and represent Australian people than I was this morning when I listened to that result. Thank you.
Well, I wanted to start by saying one thing. Thank you, Australia. Thank you for standing up for fairness. Thank you for standing up for equality. Thank you for standing up for gay and lesbian Australians, the LGBTIQ community everywhere. Thank you for standing up for our families. Thank you for standing up for the sort of Australia we believe in. An Australia that is decent, an Australia that is fair, an Australia which is accepting, an Australia which turns its back on exclusion and division. Thank you, Australia. And now Australians have done their part. It's time for the Parliament to do our part. And together we will. Together, this group gathered here today from across the political spectrum, we will do our part. And I hope that everyone in this Parliament has heard the resounding voice of the Australian people today. A mandate for change, a mandate for fairness, a mandate for equality, because it is time. It is time to change the marriage law. It is time to remove discrimination. It is time for equality. Final comment I want to make is this, and that's to our community. the LGBTIQ community across Australia. You didn't want this process, and it has been really hard for many of you. I know that because I've moved around the country and spoken to many of you. And I hope from this you can take a message of solidarity, of support, of decency from your fellow Australians. Thank you.
Thanks. I also want to thank those millions of Australians right around the country who today said that they want this parliament to legislate for equality and for love. At a time when this parliament is perhaps at its lowest ebb, what we've seen through this process is the parliament at its best. People working across party lines in the national interest, and I want to pay tribute to all of my fellow MPs gathered here today who have shown leadership, who have decided to put aside their partisan squabbles and to recognise that what we need to do is to begin legislating in the interests of all Australians. This is a resounding result, and we are so proud to be standing here today with such an emphatic result that says yes to love and yes to equality. I just finished by saying I spoke to my 2 young boys last night, and they asked me if we were voting on anything. And I said, well, soon we'll be voting on who can marry each other. I said, we'll be voting on whether boys can marry boys and girls can marry girls. My young boy said, can't they do that already? I said, no, they can't, but we're going to change that. Of course, the youngest boy said, great, I'm going to marry Jessie. So this is a great result for not just the people standing here, not just those communities who have experienced discrimination, but for young people, for future generations who will now no longer have to walk in a society that says to them that their love is different to the love that other people experience. We're very proud, and now the job of this parliament is to get on and legislate, to recognise that Australians today said no to discrimination, and any legislation that comes before this parliament needs to ensure that we respect that and that this bill can't be used as a Trojan horse to entrench discrimination. Thank you.
Well, today I want to say thank you to Australia, but a particular thanks to everybody who has campaigned their hearts out for this yes result. As a member of the LGBTI community myself, I know that this has not always been easy. It's been hard to go head to head with the No campaign on many of the things that have been said about our lives and our families. But Australia has responded with resounding support for us and our community, and for that I am incredibly grateful. We wouldn't be here today though if it weren't for the fact that there are many lesbian and gay people in our community, and many who are long gone, who campaigned for lesbian and gay rights in much, much harder times, when it was criminal to be gay or lesbian, and when our identities were entirely stigmatised. So I want to say thank you to those brave people from decades past, because we would not be here today without you. Thank you.
Well, I was at a marriage equality rally in Adelaide last month, and while I was there, I saw a woman holding up a sign, and it said, I wasn't going to ask her father, now I have to ask the whole country. Well, to that woman and her partner, and to all the other gay and lesbian partners out there, guess what? The country said yes.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everyone who voted yes, who voted for equality, for respect, for fairness, and above all, for love. And I want to say thank you to my fellow members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex and queer community who have been put through a lot in the last 2 months. It has been a really difficult process having their human rights put to a public vote, and to at least know, having got to the end of it, that it was worth it. We shouldn't have had to have been put through this process, but we've got through it, and now it's so wonderful to know that we've got the overwhelming support of the Australian community. Now, I know through my marriage to Penny, 31 years of being married, in fact this result isn't going to change it, we're going to stay married, but it means that others can join us. And I know that, you know, from Penny's and my marriage, just how there's no difference between a heterosexual marriage and a same-sex marriage. And I know how much it means to people, all people, you know, lesbian, gay, but the bisexual, the intersex community, the trans and the gender diverse community as well, to know that they are being valued, they are being respected, their love is being celebrated just like anybody else, and that's a wonderful thing. And I'm really looking forward to continuing the cross-party work. It's been a real highlight of my time in the Senate to be working with the team that has got our Senate inquiry up, and now have been working together. We've now got this cross-party legislation and getting it through the Senate in the next few weeks, and really so we can achieve this magnificent change for Australia.
Well, last and certainly in this company least, most certainly, I stand here as a person who believed that marriage between a man and a woman, because it just was. And it wasn't until 10 years ago that I realised that my argument supporting that premise was so shallow that it was no argument at all. And that's when I changed my mind. I say to the gay community what I said to Senator Wong 4 minutes before, as those long 4 minutes ticked by. I said to her, it's a disgrace that we're even here, that your lives are being judged by other people who have no right to decide how you live your life. But now, thankfully, Australia has endorsed your lives. All I will say now is that a quote from when New Zealand voted in favour of same-sex marriage equality 4 years ago, the morning after, my heterosexual brother said, New Zealand voted for same-sex marriage last night. The sun came up this morning, and my life didn't change one little bit. Thank you.
For you this morning after the results?
There's been lots of SMSs, and I'm sure there's been lots of phone calls, and you'll excuse me if I've not checked my phone. I do have a number of phone numbers though, but as far as I'm aware, no.
Senator Smith, I'll start with you, but it's actually a question for all of you. Matthias Cormann at that press conference with the Prime Minister a moment ago made it very clear that he thinks that your bill should be amended in order to strengthen religious protections. Do you agree with that position? And the question is for the group, at what stage does amendments to your cross-party bill mean that the bill gets sunk?
I'll start with that if I may. I've not seen Senator Cormann's comments, but when the government established a process on which to deal with this, which included the Australian Postal Survey, it made it very, very clear that they would be free votes that would govern the management of this issue and the substantive issues around how amendments would be included. Whether amendments to the bill are included requires the support of not just one parliamentarian, not even 5 parliamentarians, but parliamentarians across the Senate in the first instance, and perhaps even across the House of Representatives. If there are amendments, let's see them early. But let's be very clear about this. Australians did not participate in a survey to have one discrimination plank removed, to have other planks of discrimination piled upon them. They said no. They said no clearly. For those that were paying particular attention to the detail, they saw a bill that was sensible, that was fair, that was on the public record for 3 months, that was born out of a Senate committee process, that has at its core transparency. It is a sensible, fair way. It is a starting point, but amendments must be agreed not by 1, not by 5, but by the Parliament.
First, as a matter of process, if we are successful in the motion we've jointly moved today, we will commence the second reading of the debate tomorrow, of the bill tomorrow. We won't move to the committee stage till we return to Parliament in the next sitting period, which is, as you would know, Catherine, when committee stage will consider amendments. I would make a couple of points about amendments. The first is, as Dean also referenced, Australians voted for equality. Australians did not vote to licence more discrimination. And certainly I can speak for myself, that's the basis on which I will be considering amendments. The second thing I would say is this, it would be, I think Australians would look very unkindly upon people who seek to move amendments that they know are about trying to sink the bill. Because that would be, I think, a breach of faith with the Australian people and the result that's been announced today.
Yes, this
Dean Smith, Penny Wong and other senators, the ball will be in their court in the Senate chamber very soon. In fact, now that we have the result of the Postal survey, Dean Smith, a pivotal player, really, the Postal survey and same-sex marriage as an issue, maketh the man politically. He has explored new frontiers of his own personal politics, going to rallies, which he's not particularly comfortable with, he acknowledged, to try and support the Yes campaign. And now it'll be up to him and fellow senators to try to turn the will of the Australian nation into legislation. References there in that media conference or doorstop by the senators to Matthias Cormann, Cabinet Minister, and also very critical in the process of getting us to where we are today. And Matthias Cormann joins us in the studio now. So, Senator, you've made your view very clear in the media conference with the Prime Minister about what happens next. Talk to us about the timeline. How does this move forward through the Senate and then the House?
Well, as the government has said from the outset, if there's a yes outcome, and of course there is an emphatic yes outcome, then the government would facilitate consideration of a private member's bill to change the law to allow same-sex couples to marry. And there's a motion on the notice paper in the Senate today, which is due to be considered this afternoon, which I would expect to get up, which means the Smith bill, so-called, will be introduced into the Senate, and there'll be the beginning of the second reading debate tomorrow in the Senate. But the debate on the bill in detail will not happen until we come back after the next break. So the week of the 27th of November is the week that is broadly earmarked for debate on this bill in detail in the Senate. And as we've said right from the outset, the final sitting fortnight this year was the fortnight that we as a government had earmarked for consideration of this bill, both through the Senate and the House of Representatives. And we're essentially now acting in good faith with the decision of the Australian people, but also in good faith with what we said we would do in the context of this.
Now, you would have heard what Dean Smith said then. He described his bill as sensible, fair and born out of a Senate committee process. Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, as I've said and as he has said, his bill is a starting point. There will now be a parliamentary process, and what I would like to think is that over the next few weeks, as we work our way through this, that people of goodwill from all around the chamber can come together and seek consensus. I mean, in the end, for any amendment to be successful, it has to have a majority.
I suppose we're trying to tease out your views on this particular bill. You're freed now from the process. We've got the result. We know you're from the Conservative wing of the Liberal Party. What's your view on it?
Well, I've always said that if the result of the survey process is yes, then I will be voting in favour of a bill to allow same-sex couples to marry. I mean, that is something that I've said since before the last election, so that is not news. But I've also said that, in my view, there will be a need to look carefully at the bill that is going to be before the Parliament to assess where the appropriate balance is in terms of the level of religious protection that is appropriate. Now, there will be conversations across the Senate and across the Parliament as a whole over the next few weeks, and there will be an outcome at the end of that process, and I'm very confident that it will be a sensible outcome. And of course, the only amendments that can get up in the Parliament are amendments that have majority support. So if majority supported amendments get up, then I can't see how that would hold up.
But as you've heard from Dean Smith, he was talking about his concerns that there would be planks of discrimination heaped upon gay and lesbian people because of some of the suggestions that are coming from James Paterson and co.
Well, I don't support planks of discrimination being piled on, and I don't support everything that is in the James Paterson bill. I'm on the public record in relation to that too. I think the answer lies probably somewhere in between where the Smith bill is at as a starting point and where the Paterson bill started. So what I would like to think is that people of goodwill now in the Parliament over the next few weeks can come together, can explore these issues and come up with sensible compromises as appropriate.
Now, as we were discussing earlier in the programme, Greg, and also how you were discussing this with the Prime Minister, this is a very unusual exercise in democracy. It has been successful insofar as it's got 80% turnout. Would you want this repeated for other contentious ideas and proposals?
I mean, I think, with this issue, it's been obviously an issue that's been unresolved in Australia for a long time, and very good, good Australians have strongly and sincerely held views on both sides of this argument. And in the end, in our judgment, this was the only way to provide a more permanent resolution to this issue. Let every Australian of voting age participate in the decision. And I mean, I think that this will help those that did not support this change to accept that that is now a majority democratic decision by the Australian people.
But you don't want to see this as a template for other contentious issues that where Parliament decides it can't deal with it?
I mean, I think this is a pretty unique circumstance. I mean, I would not say never, never, but it's certainly not something that you would do as a matter of course.
You are a West Australian. What is going on in Western Australia? The second highest jurisdictional vote came from Western Australia on the yes side. Was this something that you had tapped into? Is it something you had picked up before this somewhat extraordinary result today?
Look, I did not make any predictions. Obviously, here there was an opportunity for all people across Australia, including in the great state of Western Australia, to have their say. That is what we promised we would facilitate in the lead up to the last election. We've delivered that. There's now an outcome. The Australian people have spoken, and the Parliament now has to give effect to that decision, and I'm very confident that that will happen in good faith by the end of this year.
All right, well, as you're indicating, the Senate is sitting this week. It has business to do today and then action on this front as early as tomorrow. So, Matthias Cormann, we're going to let you go at that point, and thank you for joining us here. Now, is this political or is it social moment that we are experiencing today? Well, it is in fact both. We've been hearing plenty from politicians here in Canberra. But let's go back now to those for whom this is a major cause of celebration. Members of the Sydney gay and lesbian community. Joanna Nicholson is there at their celebration and about to speak to some of the revellers in the park. Jo?
Yes, Greg, there's a real sense of celebration here at Sydney's Prince Alfred Park, where the Yes headquarters is based. There was a hush over the crowd in the lead up to the announcement at 10 o'clock, and then cheers after that announcement was made that the Yes vote came through, and the Lovers in the Air started to play. So that gives you a sense of the mood here. Two people who have been together for 44 years, Robbie and you, join me here. Robbie, how do you feel after today's announcement?
Absolutely ecstatic. I think it's just the most wonderful thing we've ever experienced in our lives together. All we wanted, all we ever asked for was equality and recognition, and now we've got it. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful that the people of Australia could see how much it meant to all of us. Not just us, we're old people, we're in our 70s, but for children, for the young. It's so important. It's wonderful. I love my darling. And I want everyone to have the understanding, the love that we've always had for each other.
Sorry, just
I'm sorry.
And our families always had the love.
Yes, were
us.
you surprised by the result today?
I was very hesitant and skeptical. I had concerns because I think Australia is still very conservative in its attitude to any kind of progressive policies. But when we heard the result, it was jubilation. It was just enthralling. The battle is not over, but today is a reason to celebrate life, to celebrate Australia, to celebrate humanity.
Robbie, you've been together for 44 years.
Yes, a long time.
Same-sex marriage is not officially legal yet in Australia, but if it does become that way, will you get married to you?
We will get married for many reasons, not just because we love each other, but because we have to have equal protections under the law. We have to have that assurity that if something happens to one of us, the other one has the right to make decisions. We are just as involved in our lives and our relationship as everybody else. All we ever asked for was that we would be given the same rights. That's all. That's all we've ever wanted.
And you've got your champagne. There's a bit of celebrating.
Got the champagne. We're celebrating. We're so happy, not just for us, but for all these beautiful young people around here. I hope and now they don't have to. I mean, I know now that they don't have to go through the dreadful things that many of us have had to go through. I want them to be treated equally, to feel free in their own land and free with their love.
Is that how you're feeling today?
Absolutely. I mean, our relationship was always based on love rather than the sexuality that so many people worry about. Love makes no difference where it comes from, how it comes. If it's from your parents, from your wife, from your husband, from my husband. And I just look forward to the day that people can say, so what? Many countries have done this. Nobody has died. Nobody has, gotten all of a sudden dragged into front of the courts. Because when you love someone, it doesn't matter whom they are. You just hang there, you share life, and everything that comes your way is no different from people who have got children or no children. You still got to worry about the bills, you still got to worry about your health. When you pass on, who is going to be there for you to take care of everything else in life that matters? But we're not passing on yet. We're just going to live for some time to come as husband and husband.
Yes, and celebrating every moment that we have together.
And a thank you to everybody.
And a thank you so much to the people of Australia for being one little step of progress. I am so grateful. I am so happy.
All right, Robbie and you, thank you and enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you, my
and
darling.
we thank you, and we thank a lot in this country.
Yeah, and that is the mood that is throughout this whole crowd here in Sydney, a mood of celebration and joy after that yes result was returned. You can probably hear some of the entertainment behind me. I think the celebrations will continue long into the evening.
We can indeed, Jo Nicholson, and for keeping it real and giving us the perspective of people for whom this really matters in their 70s and already basically making a marriage proposal there live on national television, and a joyous moment there in Sydney. Now, it's not just our live guests who are celebrating. Of course, there's so much more happening where Joanna Nicholson is based there in Sydney. We might just take a moment to hear the views of a few others at that celebration. Then we have the perspectives of the No campaign to bring you, the official No campaign, in just a moment. But let's hear from some celebrations there in Sydney.
We've been together for 2.5 years, and I think the moment's really blown us away. We live together, we're a great pair, and Stuart, I love you with all my heart, and I want to tell you something in front of the cameras. Do you marry me?
We're getting married next year in May, on the 12th of May.
Yep.
With our children.
Downtown Lismore.
Downtown Lismore.
Hometown soil, nothing fancy. Cigars.
You've waited a while though, haven't you?
Yeah, we've been together 17.5 years. And we've probably waited 8 months into that relationship. If we could have done it, we probably would have done it then. And hell, we may be divorced now. Who knows? But we put a lot of work into our relationship. It's not about longevity of relationship. It's about intention, and it's about opportunity and having that choice. That's what this vote was about.
So nothing coy or ambiguous about their intentions. They're at the celebration in Sydney. Marriage preparations are very much in the air there. And in fact, haven't people been predicting an outbreak of some industry around marriage and hospitality as these ceremonies take off, presumably sometime after the middle of December, which is when Parliament rises for the year here, and all of this would presumably be passed into law by then. That is at least the intention of the Turnbull government, and obviously supported by the Labor opposition as well. So we do want to pull apart some of the numbers behind the overall headline figures, 61-38. We'll do that with Andrew Probyn in a moment, but in the interests of fairness and balance, why don't we hear from Lyle Shelton, who really headed the official No campaign. He's come out on the losing side, but he's reflecting on his campaign today.
Well, look, thanks everyone for coming today. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Yes campaign for their victory today. It's been decisive, and I congratulate them on the campaign that they have won. For us here in the No camp, obviously it's a disappointment, but despite the valiant effort of so many of the people in this room here today, and thousands of volunteers right around the country, grassroots people who supported us with donations, we haven't quite got to where we wanted to go, but that's the result and the verdict the Australian people have delivered. I just want to thank our volunteers and our team for their work. I think you have showed great commitment in this campaign, You have helped convince at least 1 million Australians to come our way in this vote. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get over the line, but it's been a valiant effort, and I want to thank all the people in this room and all the people right around Australia who got behind the campaign that says it's okay to say no. Despite the result today, this has been an incredible journey for all of us in this room, and as I say, for the thousands of volunteers and supporters right around this nation. And I've enjoyed the campaign and the process, albeit a very, very long one. But as I've talked to people, the length and breadth of this great land, I've noticed that there is an energy, there's an awakening to the importance of getting engaged in the political process and the big public policy debates of our time. And I sense that there's a desire amongst so many of these people to continue to participate in our great democracy. The democracy hasn't gone our way today, but I thank God that we live in a free and open and democratic society, and I trust those people who have been energised by this campaign will continue to participate in our democracy. So look, it's... Yeah. So with those few words, I'd be happy to take any questions from the assembled media.
Why did the Yes campaign get up but the No campaign did not, in your opinion?
Look, I think, well, obviously because that's the way people voted. People were persuaded by the Yes campaign. They, as everyone will know, have been campaigning for at least a decade. This has been a long campaign by them, and that's quite appropriate. This is a democracy, and they have been relentless in this, and they have seen the fruit of their relentlessness and their involvement in the political process, and that's been rewarded today by this result. I think it's important for us now to obviously focus on the parliamentary process. This is a two-step process. It's the people give a yes or a no, which they've done today, and then, as has always been said by the government, it's up to the parliament then to legislate an appropriate bill. And I think it's important to realise that and to recognise that the Yes campaign said all along there are no consequences to redefining marriage. This won't affect anyone else's freedoms, and so I expect the legislative process to reflect that. Look, I think we obviously need to see protections for freedom of speech. I mean, even before this marriage law survey, we had leaders of the same-sex marriage movement wanting to fine an archbishop in Tasmania. We know that redefining marriage and law creates free speech vulnerabilities through state-based laws, which are often referred to as hate speech laws. I don't think anyone who voted in this postal survey wants to see their fellow Australians put up on hate speech charges. So I think we need to protect freedom of speech, we need to protect freedom of conscience, and also freedom of religion. And of course that goes way beyond a wedding ceremony. Freedom of religion doesn't end at a wedding ceremony. Freedom of religion is an international human right to manifest one's religion in public, and I would hate to see the Australian Parliament create a vulnerability for what is a basic fundamental human right of freedom of religion and, of course, freedom of speech. This is not just about religion. That is important, obviously, for millions of Australians who are religious, but free speech is also very much at stake, depending on what sort of bill comes before the Parliament in the coming days. I think the James Paterson bill is a very good bill. I think it does cover the protections at a bare minimum that are necessary to ensure that Australia remains a plural, tolerant and diverse society. I think anything less than that will see basic freedoms eroded. And these are freedoms, remember, which the Yes campaign said were red herrings. They said there is no threat to freedom. Well, I think we need to see that demonstrated through the legislative process.
The Prime Minister has said that that bill won't succeed and that Dean Smith will
Look, I would just, you know, I know this has been a busy process. There's been a lot of confusion in the whole process, and I would just encourage the Prime Minister and other members of the Liberal Party to consider you know, the basics of freedom and what that means in terms of freedom of speech and freedom of religion, and to carefully consider their core values of freedom when they look at what is an appropriate bill to be passed, and also to look at the claims of the Yes campaign that there would be no consequences. So I think it's quite appropriate, given that that was the strength of the campaign run by our opponents, that there would be no effect on anyone else's freedoms. I think that should then be reflected in the legislative process, and I encourage the Prime Minister and those in the Liberal Party who are from a party that claims to be for freedom of speech and freedom of religion to ensure that those expectations are met in these coming days. No, it doesn't. James Patterson's bill simply allows for there to be freedom of conscience and freedom of speech and the things that I've just been talking about now. It doesn't create a vulnerability to other people's freedoms. I mean, when in Australia did we get to the point where we are going to coerce people to go against their sincerely held beliefs? That's not the Australia I grew up in, and all James Patterson's bill seeks to do is to protect people, whether they be religious people or non-religious, from being coerced into an activity that they don't believe in their heart is right, to go against their conscience. I think Australia is a place where we make reasonable accommodations for the different beliefs that we might have. So I think, you know, I'm disappointed to see that commentary around James Patterson's bill. It's quite a reasonable bill, and it is in accordance with the ICCPR, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Sorry.
What about the argument, though, that the No campaign has lost? It's a pretty emphatic result. You should leave it at that, respect this decision.
Look, we obviously respect the democratic will of the Australian people. I've always said this is a democratic process. I expect the Parliament to give expression to the will of the people. But obviously, as we've just been discussing, there are issues around the type and nature of the bill. Look, and I think your question goes to the long term. Always in a democracy, people have the right to persuade their fellow Australians. I mean, let's not forget that the Yes campaign lost this about 17 times in the Parliament. So they have relentlessly been pursuing their agenda. And that's appropriate in a democracy. I think the big take-home lesson for people on our side who have supported our campaign is that we need to begin to participate a bit more and to perhaps take a bit of a leaf out of the book of some of our opponents and make sure that we're standing up for and advocating publicly for the values that we believe in. I'll take one more question. Look, I think I've been very proud of the way that the Coalition for Marriage people, our volunteers, the people in this room, our spokespeople around the nation have conducted themselves. They have done it with grace and with dignity. Yes, there are trolls at either end of the fringes of any campaign. I acknowledge that. But I think what you've seen from the leadership of our campaign, from our volunteers, is nothing but grace and dignity, and I'm incredibly proud of them because I think they've defied a lot of people's expectations in the way they've conducted themselves. Thank you very much.
So Lyle Shelton of the Australian Christian Lobby, but also, in effect, the head of the No campaign nationally, accepting the will of the people, all 7.8 million of them who voted yes, 61%. It definitely is a case that the ayes have it today on the 15th of November. So that's his perspective. And just to cover off a few other players who have been active in this debate, we're going to hear from a Labor MP and shadow Assistant Minister for Equality, Terry Butler. Now, also, it must be said, a long-time supporter of same-sex marriage. She joins us from our Brisbane studio. Terry Butler, first of all, quick quiz question. The result from your own electorate there in Griffith, how did the numbers fall?
76.6% yes, and in the top 10 yes voting electorates in the nation.
Big number.
Very, very pleased with the result.
Broadly in line with your own expectations?
We've certainly had a lot of positive support in Griffith for marriage equality over a long time. Absolutely consistent with what I hoped would happen, but it's very, very reassuring to see that come through. Of course, the surprise, I think, was Warringah, which got 75% yes, Tony Abbott's seat, so only a shade under my own electorate.
Yeah, and some surprises, if you want to go there, elsewhere around Sydney as well. Some very strong no votes coming in from Labor-held electorates in the western belt of Sydney. How do you explain that? Does it surprise you?
Oh, look, I think there's definitely been a lot of surprising results. Nobody would have thought that New South Wales would have the lowest of all of the yes votes, the home of Mardi Gras and such a strong supportive place for marriage equality in Sydney. But absolutely there's been a lot of results that we'll be digesting over coming days. But I think what's really wonderful is the support that LGBTI Australians have seen from their nation today. Of course, there's been a lot of distress and a lot of anxiety over the period of the survey. I've certainly had people telling me their stories of how it's affecting them personally, but more extensively and more empirically, you've seen Reach Out, Headspace, Patrick McGorry, and a range of organisations, QLife, coming out and saying that we need more support for mental health, more support for LGBTI people who have been really affected by this survey, because even though we've had such a positive result today, there's still some concerns. I mean, you've just got a situation where around 38% of Australians just voted against people having the same human rights as others on the basis of their sexuality, and you've still got a situation where people had to go through this really, really expensive, wasteful and divisive process.
Terry Butler,
I think that is a great shame.
Terry Butler, we are entering, though, the political phase, and just going back on some of those numbers in some of the electorates. I mean, the bottom four in terms of support for the Yes campaign were Jason Clare Blaxland, 74% no. Tony Burke said Watson, 70%, 65%. Chris Bowen, these are big names in the Labor Party. That's McMahon, and then Werrawa's fourth, 64%. Does this mean that when it comes to the debate inside Parliament, that there's going to be some sensitivity to the Labor vote?
Well, I think you'd be very aware, Andrew, that what we have is a very strong commitment that we took to the election to vote for marriage equality in this term, and a strong commitment to make marriage equality in the first 100 days of a shortened Labor government in the event that we're elected next term. Now, I hope that won't have to happen. I hope that today's national result, will be enough to bring the Parliament to finally do its job and pass marriage equality as soon as possible. The immediate political question, I think, arises this week in terms of what's going to happen in the Senate with the bill that a number of people from across all political parties, almost all political parties, I should say, in the Senate have indicated that they'll be putting forward, and that's the bill that was drafted after an extensive process in itself, which was the Senate inquiry.
And will Labor countenance any amendments to the Dean Smith bill, as it's been called?
Well, we've already said that we think that the Dean Smith bill, and it probably shouldn't be called that, Andrew, because it was a bill produced by 5 Liberal members of Parliament off the back of a unanimous Senate inquiry that was a cross-party Senate inquiry. We've already said that we think that represents a reasonable compromise and a good way to move forward. I mean, there are compromises in that bill for those of us who support very strongly marriage equality. For example, the creation of a whole new class of celebrants that would be allowed to continue to discriminate. So it does represent a compromise from us, and I would like to think that the Prime Minister would show leadership in bringing his party to support that bill. I know that there are other alternatives out there, but, you know, for example, the James Paterson bill, I've had a look at it. It seeks to entrench a right to discriminate. That's really what that bill does. I mean, and he said himself, you'd have a situation where people could put up signs in their shop windows saying no gay weddings. I don't think that's the sort of country we want to live in.
Now, we have got a system whereby the government, well, the government wants to push it through this bill through by Christmas. Will you do everything in your power to ensure that's the case? Will you oppose any amendments, or will you propose any amendments in the House of Reps, if not the Senate?
Well, Andrew, I think what we're saying very clearly is that we want this done as soon as possible. That doesn't mean that we would abrogate our responsibility to consider properly the provisions that are put before the Parliament. As I've said, we think that the Dean Smith and the 5 Liberals bill that was produced does represent a good compromise, and I hope that that is the bill that gets a majority of support from the Parliament. But it's been made very clear by Senator Abetz, Senator Patterson and others that they want to look for other things, for things that are not part of marriage equality. And of course, that is really going to come down to what they do in relation to this bill. The Parliament will run its usual processes, and obviously whatever is put before the Parliament will have to be considered. We want to see the terms of the Dean Smith and other Liberals bill put before the Parliament and passed, but we're not going to be railroaded into accepting further and other amendments that would erode people's human rights. For example, amendments that would seek to displace state and territory anti-discrimination law, or amendments that would seek to allow a new right to discriminate for service providers.
All right, well, Terry Butler, one way or another, you are going to have to address what is now a live question in the Parliament before the end of this year when you return on the 27th of November. It will presumably be coming to the House of Reps in that week, but we'll let you go now to go and celebrate with your constituents in the seat of Griffith this result and the progress that you've made on this cause. Okay, so Terry Butler joining us there from Brisbane. She is Labor's Shadow Assistant Minister for Equality. And we do want to get to some seat-by-seat breakdowns, which our colleague Andrew Probyn has been teasing out there in some of these interviews. But in the meantime, I think we might hear now from Craig Kelly, a Liberal MP from Sydney. He's been opposed to same-sex marriage, but signalled to us before the Postal survey what his approach would be to the results. So, Craig Kelly, the results come through. Tell us, first of all, because I haven't had a chance to look it up, what happened in your own electorate of Hughes and what Craig Kelly does in recognition of that vote.
Okay, the electorate of Hughes, down in the beautiful Sutherland Shire of Sydney and also around Holsworthy area, came back 58% for, 48% no. Therefore, the commitment that I gave before we went down this process, that I would vote the way that my electorate would vote, my electorate has come back with yes, and that is how I'll be voting in the Parliament.
How do you feel about that?
Oh, look, I always said that my electorate should have a say in this. People should have a say. The Australian community should have a say. You can't go down the plebiscite route and then decide that you want to vote against what your electorate's decided. So I'm happy to vote the way that my electorate has decided.
Yeah, it must be disappointing for you, though.
Oh, look, not disappointing. I think the actual process was very successful. To have an 80% turnout in this participation rate in this plebiscite, this was a policy that the coalition took to the last election. We've delivered on that policy. I think everyone has to now look at the result and say, look, the job has been done. Let's legislate same-sex marriage and let's get on with it.
Well, indeed, the turnout was very good. 80% is a very, very strong turnout for this unusual exercise. Do you think that this provides precedent for other contentious issues in the future to be settled by postal vote?
Oh, look, it would have to be a very, very special issue. I think this is more an exception rather than a rule. And I think there's many people that may have previously been opposed to same-sex marriage, that now they've seen this vote, that they will change their opinion and be a lot more accepting than if it had been sort of forced through in the Parliament.
Now, what's going on in New South Wales that New South Wales should have such a low yes vote? As Terry Butler was saying before, it's the home of the Mardi Gras, and yet it was just 58% for yes, beaten by supposedly more conservative states, Queensland and Western Australia. What's going on in
your
state?
Great diversity in New South Wales. If you look at, there was actually huge diversity. I think some of the seats came back with like a 75% no vote. I think it was the Blaxland seat, Bankstown. It appears to be, if you look through those numbers, a lot of the Labor seats in Sydney actually voted no. And I think that's potentially down to a very large, recently arrived migrant communities in those particular electorates.
And how do you see the contest now in Bennelong? Because we saw that Bennelong was one of the seats of the 17 seats where there was a majority no, albeit relatively small margins, 49.5 yes and slightly more for no. Does that change the campaign, do you think?
Oh, look, I don't think so. Bennelong has a very large Chinese and Korean community. I think that community was more likely to vote no rather than to vote yes. I think that's probably what you're seeing in Bennelong. But look, John Alexander, as the local member up there, has been a great local member for many years. He's got deeply involved in that community, you know, and we're all looking forward to seeing John Alexander return to Parliament.
Do you think we'll have same-sex marriage legislated before Christmas?
I hope so. Look, I think the Prime Minister's made some comments only in the last hour that he's hoping to get this through Christmas. Even though, look, there's a few numbers down, a few by-elections going on, I think the will of the people is clear, the will of the Parliament. Let's get on, let's get this done, let's sort out the issues of where we're going to actually put religious freedom. Let's have a bit of debate, bit of discussion, but let's try and get this knocked over before Christmas.
And just wrapping up, Craig Kelly, does this mean, based on what you just said there, that you brook no dissent? You take the bill, let's call it the Dean Smith bill or whatever, holus bolus, you're not interested in extra protections as they're being called? I mean, what disposition do you take?
I think on the margins, I think there needs to be a little bit more discussion and review of this. Where do you draw the line about who the government will actually force and take away their religious rights? Now, let's take the example of a singing group. There might be a Christian choir, a Christian singing group. Are we going to have legislation that forces that group, against their will, to perform at a same-sex marriage? Now, these are very, marginal issues and are unlikely to come up. But should the government actually legislate and be forcing people to do things? I think we need to have those religious protections, to have them as wide as we possibly can.
All right. Well, Craig Kelly, you're going to be sitting on the yes side of the chamber quite clearly, but for explaining your position and outlining the result there in Hughes, thanks for joining us today.
Appreciate it very much.
Okay, so Craig Kelly coming to us there from Sydney, one who had a pretty cut and dried position, really, and that is he would take the vote and go with the will of the people. Not so someone like Eric Abetz, a fellow Conservative in the Liberal Party. He has a different approach, but really, no matter which way you look at it, most people clearly expect that the yes vote will dominate in the Parliament when we get there. Look, we will talk to Andrew Probyn some more in a moment, but we don't want to be too Sydney-centric today. This is a national vote, so we have heard from the rally in Sydney. Let's go now, though, to Melbourne, where they also have a large yes event there. We're joined by our reporter, James Hancock from the ABC Newsroom in Melbourne. And James, set the scene for us. Joyous celebration there in Melbourne, I presume?
As you can see behind me, a dance floor has been set up outside the State Library here in central Melbourne. Gay anthems being played. There were cheers and tears as the result was announced at 10 o'clock. We saw glitter and confetti raining down across the huge crowd that was here for that announcement. The moment made even more tense by the fact that the ABC News live stream cut out a few times before the announcement was made. But the organisers got there in the end, and people hugged as Kylie Minogue singing Celebrate was played to the crowd. For Yes campaigners, this is a major step in a long road towards legal reform and equality. Victoria was the second state to decriminalise homosexuality in December of 1980, following on from the lead of South Australia a few years before that. Victorians voted 65% in support of same-sex marriage compared to 35% who voiced their opposition to the idea of two people of the same sex getting married. People I've spoken to here have said to the Prime Minister in the strongest terms that he needs to make good on his promise and introduce same-sex marriage before the end of the year. Now, the dance floor here is starting to die down a little bit, but the party will resume later this afternoon. There's another party, another event that's been planned for Trades Hall, not far from where I am at the moment. But these people behind me who are still dancing and enjoying the tunes presumably have the day off work and can continue celebrating.
Yes, James, we are looking at some of the pictures you've sent us from your location there in Melbourne. As you suggest, this is a work day. It can't be too beneficial to national productivity, I suppose, that so many people are out there celebrating. It really is a sense of occasion. What do you estimate to be the numbers and I suppose the number of workers who aren't working today there where you are?
Look, you'd have to say there were thousands of people here on the steps of the State Library at 10 o'clock for that announcement. They've probably gone back to work now, but these people are continuing to party on. I spoke to a couple in their late 20s a short time ago. They've been together for 5 years and they've booked a wedding in January of next year. And they're very hopeful that they'll be able to get married and to have their union recognised under law when that happens. Many people here today have similar plans in place and they're hoping that that will be recognised, their relationship, their union will be recognised as marriage, and that federal politicians will act on the message of a majority of Australians to go ahead and introduce same-sex marriage in Australia. But as you can hear, the gay anthem tunes are continuing to play. Lots of Kylie Minogue, lots of Cher, among others, Lady Gaga. These people have been enjoying the party here this morning. It's 2 hours, almost 2 hours now since that result was announced. The party dance floor starting to die down a little bit now, but that party, as I said, will resume this afternoon with another event planned at Trades Hall. Not far, just a little walk from where I am at the moment, here on the steps of the State Library. Greg?
All right, James Hancock, thanks so much for bringing us up to date on the situation there in Melbourne. It's as if Mardi Gras has moved to Melbourne on this mid-November day, as has the collected tracks of Kylie Minogue blaring from the speakers behind you. James Hancock, thanks again. So just recapping, if you're just joining our coverage here of this somewhat momentous occasion when 61% of the nation, almost 62 really, has voted to support same-sex marriage in the Postal survey, 38 against, and we've heard from a great many politicians here in Parliament House and elsewhere who now have to take the next step and take the will of the people to convert it into an amendment to the Marriage Act enshrined in federal legislation. And Andrew Probyn, we are going to hear from some other people out in the real world, as we call it, people from Adelaide in a moment. But look, just to quickly touch on, I suppose, some of the state-based figures, James Hancock pointing out that Victoria strongly supported,
That's right.
65%. But the New South Wales figure, you dwelt on this with Craig Kelly, surprisingly low.
So surprisingly low. It does look like the Mardi Gras should be moving to Melbourne. You got 58% support in New South Wales, higher in Victoria, 65%. But it's the safe Labor seats that's fascinating. I mean, we've got the seat of Blaxland that was held by Paul Keating. That was the biggest in the country for the no vote. 74% voted no, held by Jason Clare, a Labor frontbencher. Now, the seat of Gough Whitlam, Werriwa, was 64% no. Now, that's also a safe Labor, so relatively safe Labor seat. Now, you've got the seat of Tony Burke, 70%, and the seat of that Chris Bowen's seat of McMahon, 65% no. So the question is, and when they come to vote, they will actually be defying the will of their people in support of this. Of course, you know, that's we don't expect them to cross the floor, but you can see the tensions in Western Sydney that perhaps are reflected in the results that we're seeing in New South Wales. It's not so much the case in Victoria, and as we've discussed, WA and Queensland have provided some very strong figures. The 17 seats that did vote no, only 6 of them are actually politically conservative. One of them is Kennedy, but obviously Bob Catter, but the rest is held by the coalition, including the seat of Bennelong, where we are going to have one hell of a fight between Christina Keneally and John Alexander.
Yeah, some fascinating numbers in the detail there. We will pull apart some of the trends with our election analyst, Anthony Green, in just a moment. But it's not just the streets and the rallies where we're trying to cover responses to this decision of the Australian people today. We're also going into the homes of people who presumably now look forward to marriage, same-sex couples, that is. So Michael Coggan is a reporter in our Adelaide newsroom. He's done just that, visited the home of a same-sex couple. Michael Coggan, let's hear from him now.
You've seen the result. What do you think?
Oh, relieved, obviously, that it's an overall yes. Disappointed, perhaps, by the low level, the sort of, not a narrow margin, but it's not an overwhelming endorsement of our, equality, I'd say. It still means that there's a lot of people walking around out there that actually would prefer that we didn't have equality. And that's, that doesn't make you feel good. We're also now in the position of, we have this yes, but it's still got to go through the Parliament, just as it would have done 18 months ago or 2 years ago or 10 years ago. So although it's relief, it's not euphoria, it's not really jubilation right now, because there's still this work to be done. And it means that we can go forward, I guess, but I'm hoping that we will see politicians with a lot more fortitude and backbone than we've seen previously, who are prepared to actually ensure that this is going to be true equality with marriage rather than marriage with discrimination. So, yeah.
Elise, what do you think?
For me, it's a foregone conclusion from the start. All the polls showed the politicians that the majority of Australians wanted to legalise same-sex marriage and to have equal marriage. It's been a huge waste of money, and it's actually been a huge strain on our community. I've been out for probably nearly 20 years, and I don't think I've ever felt so fragile in terms of feeling like I have a right to exist and other people
standing in judgment of that.
Well, yeah, standing in judgment, or why should they have a right to have a say about whether I'm as human as them or I have a right to marry? That's the job of politicians, to make good decisions on behalf of minorities, and that hasn't happened in this case. It's gone to a public survey, and it's caused a lot of people in our community heartache, and I think that's disappointing. And although we've got a good result today, it's a result that politicians probably knew about 18 months ago and could have just voted on. And we could have had a free vote in Parliament and could have all been done and dusted.
Can you contemplate the possibility of marriage? Is it something you're thinking about?
Oh, we've been contemplating it for a long time. And, I'm Scottish, so we could have got married in a British consulate, but unfortunately we'd have to go to Melbourne to do that. And, we thought, well, we'll wait. It'll happen eventually. It will. There is an inevitability about this. And it does seem crazy that it has taken Australia so long, and we're not over the finishing line yet. But we have big families, so we would love to be able to stand with our families and celebrate our relationship, because we're going to be together forever. And it would be nice to have the legal protection, not just the ceremony and the beautiful day, but for a same-sex couple who, we've already had to fight to change a law to have our son recognised as my son as well. And you get tired of fighting for things. You get tired of saying, look, please, can we just be equal with everybody else, and can we not have to fight? Can we not have to fight for our superannuation? Can we not have to fight for respect if one of us goes into hospital and we want to be recognised as each other's next of kin or partners? It only takes one homophobic staff member, a nurse, to actually make life really, really difficult. And so for us, marriage equality doesn't mean, oh great, we're all just going to go out and get married. It actually, as Elise says, it means that children can grow up in families knowing that their family has the same rights as other families. They can grow up knowing that They can move into social institutions that all other people can move into if they're gay. And we can expect the same legal rights as everybody else. And to be honest, I mean, it does seem absolutely crazy that it's taken this long. And the argument that you have the same rights as a de facto heterosexual couple just doesn't hold. You know, we know that it doesn't hold. And because there's so many subtle ways in which the laws can be, or not just laws, but in social situations, you're not recognised in the same way. And just yesterday, a friend, you know, put on Facebook about how her partner was late home from work, and she was worried. Well, how will they ring me? Will I be the person that they ring if she's taken to hospital? These are the kind of things that go through our minds when we walk down the street and we hold hands. You know, Elise slips her hand into mine, and I do a little check. Where are we? Who might be around? No, heterosexual couples don't have that feeling, and I would like to live in a society in a few years' time when this whole debate has been done and dusted, and think, well, this is one area of life where this is now considered to be normal. You know, gay couples get married, heterosexual couples get married, gender diverse people get married. This is a non-issue. So I'm looking forward to a few years when it's all a non-issue.
Looking to the future, I think we can chalk another one up there in our intended marriage tally. We've had a few pledges already in our coverage since the decision came down from the chief statistician about 2 hours, just under 2 hours ago now, telling us or informing us that 61% of Australians, more than 7 million in fact, have voted in support of same-sex marriage. And we are trying to cover not just the human perspective but also the political one. So we're going to go back now to Sydney and Prince Alfred Park, which is the scene of the big Yes campaign gathering there throughout the morning. We're joined now by Labor's Deputy Leader, Tanya Plibersek, who has been there for the function. Tanya Plibersek, this day greets you with a smile. It seems, was the process worth it to get the result and to talk about this as you do from that rally this morning?
I'm sorry, Greg, it's very hard to hear you here. I'm assuming that you've asked me about the win today for the Yes campaign, and I can tell you it's just a fantastic feeling here in Prince Alfred Park, not just because there's been a win for the Yes campaign, but because of the size of the win. This sends an unequivocal message now that Parliament should just get on and legislate for marriage equality. There's a consensus bill being introduced into the Senate today, and every parliamentarian who supports marriage equality should get behind this bill. If it passes through the Senate quickly, it can go through the House of Representatives when we return, and we can have marriage equality by Christmas.
So those speakers really are blaring there, Tanya Plibersek. I will hazard an attempt at a second question. If you can manage to hear me, just that process, was it worth it? Was it worth going through the process to get the result that you're talking about there today?
No, because this is the result that we always expected. Polling for years has shown that a majority of Australians support marriage equality. The Australian public have been way ahead of their politicians on this for years. It's also been very difficult to push this conflict into families. GLBTI Australians saying to their mums and dads, do you support my right to my relationship? And of course, overwhelmingly hearing a yes, but for those who've heard a no from family and friends, that has been devastating. And we know that calls to crisis lines have increased very dramatically during this time. And Greg, I mean, just the money. I've got a homeless medical service in my electorate that closed this year after 40 years of operation because this government couldn't find $800,000 a year, but they can find $122 million to allow them to avoid making a decision for a few more months. It hasn't been worth it, but today's result is a fantastic result.
And David Kalish, the chief statistician, has actually indicated he thinks there'll be some savings on that figure. It might come in under $100 million. But just with the process, Tanya Plibersek, that lies ahead, we'll just try one more question. You clearly expect that the Parliament will do its job and you will be no impediment to this, I presume, when Parliament resumes on the 27th of November?
Well, we know that there is a consensus bill being introduced into the Senate. This bill has already been through a Senate inquiry. Labor, Liberals, Nationals, Xenophon, Greens all support the bill that will be presented to the Senate today. That bill can swiftly pass the Senate and it can be decided on in the last sitting week in November or the first sitting week in December when the House of Representatives returns. That's what should happen. All of the talk of an alternate bill or dozens of amendments, this is from the people who have already wasted Australia's time and money trying to delay marriage equality. Australians, having voted for marriage equality, will not tolerate more time and more money being wasted by the opponents trying to delay the inevitable.
All right, well, it is a testing challenge to be interviewed from Party Central, Tanya Plibersek, with the speakers blaring there, so we might wrap it up and thank you at this point for your perseverance in that party atmosphere there at Prince Alfred.
It's a great party to be part of, Greg.
Sure.
Thanks, you.
Tanya Plibersek. Okay, so that is at the main event there in Sydney, and it sounds like parties will be breaking out all over that city, if not elsewhere around the country. We'll bring you more coverage in the hours ahead, but we have been talking to Andrew Probyn, our political editor, about some of the interesting quirks, the trends that have come out in the numbers as you peer below the 61%, 38% headline result. Now, a perfectly qualified person to look into some of these numbers is the ABC's election analyst, Anthony Green, who is in our Sydney studio. And Anthony, first of all, an overall observation from you. What do you find most fascinating about some of the figures, if not the headline figure itself?
Well, I mean, I think the pattern is, as a political scientist, there's some interesting political geography in the overall results. And they all relate to Western Sydney, which I'll come back to. But I think we've got some graphics of the overall figures to do first.
Yeah, so let's go to that first of all. The overall percentage, we know that the kind of headline figure, but talk us through that as we look at those numbers now, yes and no.
Okay, well, I'll talk through these. I'll just give you a warning that I can't actually see them, so I'll just talk through them. The overall figure on a 79.5% turnout is 61.6% yes. If you break that down by state, it's been a yes in every state and territory. The lowest state is New South Wales at 57.8. The strongest vote was in Victoria, 64.9. The ACT, 74%. There's some interesting figures in the participation is not as markedly different as expected. Male and females, males were 77.3 participating, females 81.6. And the age participation, the youngest age groups 18 to 24 were at 74%, and that rose to 88% for people over the age of 65. So as you would normally expect in the voluntary vote, the age turnout increased with age, but there's nothing there that would significantly indicate that this turnout rate has actually affected the results. The figure is a solid 61.6. I've done some breakdown by who holds the electorate and where the electorate is. I just have to put my glasses on to see my notes. But in Labor seats, the overall figure was 61.7 yes. In Liberal seats, 63.3. National seats, 56.8, and LNP seats in Queensland, 59.8. Inner city seats were 67%. Outer suburban seats, 58%. That's heavily influenced by the result in Sydney. Regional seats, 64. Rural seats, 62. And it is, to me, the most interesting thing is this pattern in Western Sydney. As a political scientist, Australia's party system is still dominated by the echoes of class. We still have a party which talks about being workers and party of business. We still have a party system that looks like that. There are many conservatives who would like to break that mould and make it more about morals and change it in much more. American politics is also divided by attitudes and values as much as by class. And in this, what you've seen here is there's 12 seats in Sydney which voted no. 9 of them Labor seats, 3 of them Liberal seats. The Liberal seats were Banks, Mitchell and Bennelong. But Labor seats like Blaxland, held by Jason Clare, Watson by Tony Burke, McMahon by Chris Bowen, 3 very senior front benchers, all were 35% or under yes votes.
Is that unique to Sydney on your analysis so far, Anthony Green? Did you see pockets like that in Labor-held seats in other outer metropolitan areas outside of Sydney?
It's not necessarily out of the metropolitan. The same pattern is in Melbourne. There are 2 seats that voted no in Melbourne. They are Cornwall and Bruce, and they are 2 of the highest populations of non-English speaking born migrants live in those electorates.
So
and
you think that's the common trend between those Sydney seats and these Melbourne seats?
It's the same. All of those Western seats have large portions of their population are born in non-English speaking countries. Gay marriage doesn't fit into the Australian political structure very well because it's not a class-based issue. It cuts across party lines, which is why the parties themselves have struggled to deal with the issue in recent years. But it has been a constant for 30 or 40 years in Australian politics, these so-called conscience issues. But people who come from a different political culture haven't grown up in our system where this issue is debated. And so when you bring up an issue like gay marriage, it runs across other cultural and religious lines. And I think that's what you're seeing in those Western Sydney results. I understand there's been some quite specific campaigning within the Muslim community, the Chinese community in parts of Western Sydney, and that's sort of something that goes under the radar. It's often not in English, it's not in the mainstream media, so some of those things may be showing through in the results. But as a political scientist, does that indicate some sort of cleavage, some sort of change in political voting patterns? I don't think so. I mean, Blaxland, Watson and McMahon are suddenly not going to be winnable for the Liberal Party because of these sorts of issues.
Sure. Nevertheless, let's broaden it back out to something we've already flashed up, but I'll get you to talk us through the state percentages again, Anthony. You touched on them briefly before, but we will show our audience on screen some of the more detailed numbers which you rattled off earlier. One that stands out to my mind is Western Australia, surprisingly strong at almost 64% yes, almost leading the pack there. How does that fit in with our conventional understanding about party political views, if nothing else, in Western Australia? Does that surprise you, I suppose, is my question?
Yes and no. It has a much lower proportion. I mean, the fact that New South Wales was so low, people are surprised by, but New South Wales also has by far the highest proportion of people born in non-English speaking countries. So in other words, there are other political, cultural issues there in the mix, in the debate in politics in New South Wales. Western Australia does not have, it has a large migrant population, but it draws people a lot more from England and from South Africa than most other states do, particularly from England. There's a high English migrant population in Western Australia. So it doesn't surprise me. Curtin, which is 70% yes, was the highest in Western Australia. That's Julie Bishop's seat. Yeah. The lowest was O'Connor, 56. Just looking around some of the other states, you see the same sort of pattern. There are 3 rural seats in Queensland which voted no. All the rest voted yes. You know, Brisbane, inner city, 79.5%. Sydney, New South Wales, 83.7%. Adelaide, 70%. Melbourne, 83.7%. So again, you see that proximity to the centre of the city, and that's to do with changing. You know, once upon a time, the inner city suburbs of Australia were remorselessly working class. Nowadays, you see a much more of a, what the sociologists call the knowledge elite living in the inner city. You see a high green vote, a high university educated. There's a whole different sociological values between sort of people who live in inner city and people who want to live in larger houses in outer parts of the city. You're seeing some of that reflected in these figures.
Yep, and
it's a cultural value rather than a class value, which normally defines Australian politics.
Sure, and let's just recap on another figure, which again we moved over very quickly at the outset, Anthony. That was participation. What did you discover as you look at those numbers? They're age-based breakdowns. That would conform, wouldn't it? Some of those numbers we're now showing the audience would conform with your hunch about turnout?
Yeah, that is exactly the pattern of age-based voting you see under voluntary voting everywhere around the world. It's uniformly high here compared to everywhere else in the world in this vote. This vote was conducted over several weeks, so the turnout rate is 79.5 when people compare it with the British Brexit referendum or the Irish referendum. It is higher than those, but you'd also have to say 2 things. 1, Australians are used to voting, and 2, this was conducted over several weeks.
Now, this would be unique, though, wouldn't it, Anthony? Because on the electoral roll, we don't get these kind of age breakdowns. Is that correct?
No, we do. They do actually publish statistics of who voted by age after general elections, but because of compulsory voting, there's not much difference from age group to age group. Is that the turnout rate is usually in the mid-80s for under 25s, and it's in the low 90s for everybody else. So that's the standard thing. With younger age groups, it's an issue usually of whether they're on the roll or not. We've moved to automatic electoral enrolment in recent years, and the quality of the roll has improved, and we're getting more younger people on the roll than we used to. And this vote, as we saw with the huge enrolment at the start of the campaign, younger people were getting on the roll. It's been quite a boost to youth enrolment across the country, the conduct of this poll. So we don't have a breakdown of age in support of the yes and no. This was still a secret ballot. The age profiles, the turnout rates are done on the basis of who returned the envelope. It's not done on the basis of then working out yes and no. But we know from all the surveys that yes vote was highest amongst younger voters and lowest amongst older voters. And so you'd expect if everybody voted, the yes vote would be slightly higher, but it wouldn't be significantly higher.
Fair enough. And just finally, one without notice, Bennelong, Anthony, it does just happen to have a by-election coming up, but I take it from everything you've told us so far that this need have no particular significance, today's result in Bennelong, to party political voting intentions at that by-election.
Yes, Bennelong and Banks, which were two of the seats which were Liberal held and voted no in Sydney, are probably, I think, pretty sure the two Liberal electorates, the highest proportion of people born in non-English speaking countries. And so again, you're seeing a cleavage there which is on those sorts of cultural origin issues rather than sort of political debate. Now we're in the election campaign. It suggests that running a campaign based on same-sex marriage for the by-election is probably not going to do the Labor Party any good in a seat like Bennelong. It's an electorate where you can tap into anti-same-sex support in parts of that electorate. So I don't think we'll hear much about this plebiscite in the run-up to the by-election. Of course, the bill is going to go through, and of course, John Alexander's not going to be there to vote on it, so it may be slightly neutral in terms of the by-election result.
Yeah, exactly, and the by-election will probably be run and won largely around, or just around the time that Parliament's dealt with it anyway. So, Anthony Green, we'll let you go and pore over some of those numbers. Interesting, though, for your first blush analysis. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, so there was a reference there by Anthony Green to the seat of Brisbane, and we just happened to have the Liberal backbencher Trevor Evans, and a strong supporter of same-sex marriage, joining us in the studio now. And Trevor, this is the culmination of a long-held desire by you to get this agenda moving and resolved. The emotion, the feeling, first of all?
Well, the feeling is one of relief in one sense and also immense joy. This is a very significant day, and more than that, I truly believe that this is a watershed moment for our country, and a day that we should take a small moment to consider the significance of.
What's the feedback been from friends and or constituents? What's the word coming in from Brisbane?
My phone has been running hot, and I promise all of those people who I haven't texted back, called back or written back to that I'll get back to them at some stage in the next 24 hours.
Okay, so what happens next in your party and the Parliament?
Well, the Parliament will do its thing, but in probably a fairly unique and beautiful way. Each of us now has the ability to vote according to our conscience, informed as we will be by these national survey results. I'm a supporter of the Dean Smith bill. I was very, very pleased to stand up with some of my colleagues about 100 days or so ago and demand that the stalemate that's existed on this issue for too many years be finally broken. That's happened. We're here today, and the Parliament's going to do its thing. We're going to consider some amendments and some different bills, but I think we'll get this done by Christmas.
And what's your analysis of how the campaign ran? There were great concerns that it would bring upon a whole lot of nasty campaigning. Do you think it was run in a relatively healthy way?
Well, I had my faith in the Australian people, and ultimately, you know, the great disinfectant and transparency that's provided by democracy, and ultimately I think that was borne out. It is fair to say that there were a very small minority of people on both sides who didn't understand that their free speech also comes with responsibilities, who didn't understand maybe that they shouldn't cross lines that they were free to, but nonetheless shouldn't have. But their actions certainly don't reflect on the actions of the vast majority of Australians. 80% of people turned out they wanted to have their say, and they did so respectfully, and the result's very clear.
Now, you helped develop that bill. We've heard some criticisms of the bill, the Dean Smith bill, the committee bill, your bill. Do you think it has sufficient protections, or do you think it does need a bit of a tickle?
Well, I'm happy with it. It's why it's got my signature on it. Of course, I am very open to considering other amendments or proposals or particular scenarios or circumstances that we might not have considered. But bear in mind where this bill has come from. The reason it has such broad support, not just across the Parliament, across the Senate, across religious and community organisations, is because of where it's come from. This started with a Senate committee going out to consult with religious and other community organisations, specifically to try to make some recommendations about how you could draw the balance between protecting religious freedoms and achieving marriage equality. That's where this has come from. It's faithfully replicated the results, the recommendations of that Senate's work, and that's why it's a great starting point.
So tell viewers like what they can expect in the next few weeks. We obviously have this bill that's going to hit the Senate this week. Debate and speeches will start Thursday. But when do you expect it to hit the House of the People, the House of Representatives?
The House of Representatives will be sitting again in the final week of November and then again in the first week of December. So somewhere over those 2 weeks, around the end of November, start of December, you'd expect debate to kick off. I think it is one where a lot of people will want to have their say, and there might be a number of technical or substantive amendments to be considered. So I don't think it's going to be all over and done and dusted in one day's debate. But I do think that you'll find that over the space of those 2 weeks there'll be plenty of time. But if we require more time, I for one would be happy to keep politicians back down here in Canberra for as long as it takes before Christmas.
And just on a personal note, Trevor Evans, leading from behind, leading from the backbench, you really had to do a kamikaze or renegade run to bring this to a head. Was that an uncomfortable position? I suppose your tendency is to want to be a conformist and support the party. Just tell us about those weeks as you and others agitated to bring this to a head.
Well, look, there's no doubt that some colleagues and I played a fairly, important but nonetheless piecemeal role in bringing this debate forwards. It did look at one point, only 100 or so days ago, that there was this stalemate that could continue for years. We stood up.
You weren't prepared to accept that.
Well, that's right. So we stood up and asked for finding a new way forwards. The Postal survey was a compromise that came out of some of those negotiations, and ultimately I think that the people of Brisbane have vindicated my actions. 4 out of 5 of them, 80% odd,
Very high.
voted yes.
Yep. You certainly got the result you wanted. So Trevor Evans, for being here today and sharing your thoughts, thanks so much.
Thank you.
And good luck with all that lies ahead in the legislative process there. Now, we do want to try to bring you, as we've said already in our coverage, as much reaction as we can from around the country. We've spoken a little also about the vote from Western Australia, surprising to some, it seems. So let's go to Perth now, where we're joined by Brianna Shepherd, a reporter from our Perth newsroom. And Brianna, tell us about the event where you're gathered this morning.
Well, it was certainly an early start here in the West, with the results coming through at 7 o'clock this morning, but that didn't stop the crowds. Around 1,000 people gathered at the Northbridge Piazza just outside of the Perth CBD to see the results live. As the announcement by the ABS came through, there was mixed emotions among the crowd, with the entire crowd erupting as that yes result came through. It was truly an emotional scene. Couples were embracing. There was tears, there was some jubilation, and there was some relief. I spoke to a couple from Mandurah, south of Perth, who've been together for 30 years, Jeff Bishop and Neil Connor. Jeff Bishop is terminally ill. He has stage 4 prostate cancer, so for him and his partner, this result has come just in time. The pair actually married 2 years ago at the British Embassy, but they say there's no big plans for a wedding for them, and they say this is less, not just about marriage, it's also about equality, and they're now calling on the government to get legislation through as soon as possible. Here's a little bit of what they had to say.
Oh, no, there may be a problem there, Brianna, so I'll just follow up with another question to you. Obviously, you've heard from that couple about their intentions. We've heard in other cities people making public pledges now to go ahead with marriage ceremonies as soon as the legislation passes. Did you get a sense of that from multiple couples at the function where you are?
Certainly. There was no one got down on a knee and actually proposed where I was. I've now moved slightly away from that. There was an after party here at the Court Hotel in Perth. As I said, there was no proposals, but a lot of people, especially who've waited so long for this recognition, now saying that they will get on with that. But more than anything, I think they're now just really hoping that the next stage of this happens as quickly as possible.
All right, Brianna Shepherd, for a quick update from Perth. We do thank you, and we'll let you go there and speak to other people who are celebrating this occasion in the great state of Western Australia. Bringing us back now to our studio here in Parliament House, where we've been noting that the Senate is in fact sitting this week, and it will start to address what's called a notice of motion this afternoon that will start to see movement on legislation as early as tomorrow in the Senate chamber. So joining us is the Queensland Senator and Cabinet Minister Matt Canavan now. And Senator Canavan, you were very much on the no side of this debate. So are you, like Lyle Shelton, Erica Betts and others, resigned and accepting of the fact that
well
you
look,
lost?
First of all, Greg, I'd like to congratulate those who campaigned and voted for the yes side. They have won a victory here, and I've always said that I will respect the wishes of the Queensland electorate that I represent, so I will be not opposing a same-sex marriage bill.
What does that mean, actually not opposing?
Well, I may indeed support it as well. I've also always said too that I won't support a bill that does not or diminishes fundamental human rights. So let's wait and see how those issues are debated now, but that will, as you say, most likely kick off in the Senate this afternoon.
When you say you won't support a bill that diminishes fundamental human rights, are you talking about the Dean Smith bill there?
Well, I have said I don't think the protections in the Dean Smith bill are adequate myself. There's going to be a time to debate these things through, but I certainly think at the very least people should not be forced to solemnise marriages against their religious beliefs, and the Dean Smith bill doesn't quite do that for everybody.
But it sounds like there's going to be a rip-roaring argument inside the coalition, because Dean Smith says that that the proposal that I think you support, the James Paterson proposal, actually has planks of discrimination that would fall on gay and lesbian people.
Well, there's going to be disagreement, that's for sure, and that's what the Parliament's for. I'm not here to sing Kumbaya and agree with everybody all the time. I'm here to debate weighty issues. These are weighty issues. We will enshrine same-sex marriage, and I don't see a reason why that won't happen before Christmas this year. But there's still a lot of details to get right. I think it's important to put on the table that the referendum itself was not a vindication or a rejection of any particular bill. There was no bill put forward by the yes side to the Australian people. It was a broad range question, so there's a lot of details to be worked out.
Do you think people really care about those details, though? They were asked a simple question, they gave a pretty simple answer.
Well, I mean, there was some other results on the weekend in The Australian showing that around 55 to 60% of people are very concerned about the potential impact on human rights and parental rights in terms of what can be taught to children in schools. And so I absolutely think people do care about freedom of religion, freedom of belief, and their right to decide how their children are educated.
Who are you trying to protect here? Because it's, it's this protection of human rights and religious freedom. So it's bandied about with gay abandon, dare I say, in recent days. And yet, who are you trying to protect?
So, I mean, I think it's best probably and most instructive to use examples from other countries where same-sex marriages come into place. We don't have that here yet, so obviously these issues aren't manifest in our society. But in the United Kingdom, a couple of months ago, a Jewish school in London was threatened with closure because it wouldn't teach radical gender theory inconsistent with the Jewish faith. I don't want to see that in our country. I think we should be able to respect each other's different views. I want to congratulate, I think, the government as well. The debate has been conducted in a respectful way. It's been worthwhile, and I hope that we can continue to go forward in that respectful way, or the vast majority of us Australians do.
As Andrew's been alluding to, Matt Canavan, in his question, there is potential for the optics of division to engulf the government in these weeks. There's not many of them, about 3 weeks that lie ahead. How mindful are you of the need to keep this tidy when you look at things like the polls and The by-elections and the dual citizenship saga, is this a time when you can stand on your digs and afford to have a fight?
Well, I think people, or you get marks for debating issues with respect. I think the example of previous debates where free votes or conscience votes have arisen in the parliament, be it euthanasia or on abortion issues. Generally speaking, the public, I think, have only had the respect for parliament increase. Now, I agree there's issues with how we're viewed as politicians at the moment, but often these types of debates actually help because we actually all have genuine views on this, and we're not all automatons. And it's as long as we conduct the debate in a respectful way, I think there's no particular impact on our reputation or our standing in the community.
Now, you're a cabinet minister. You've seen the damage that this debate and other debates have caused the government. You see the polls. How important is it that you see an end to this particular damaging debate before we go into 2018?
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't quite accept the characterisation you put on there, Andrew. I don't think it's been a damaging debate at all for the government. I don't think there's any evidence for that. I think it's actually shown that, one, we met our commitments to the Australian people. We committed to seek their views first before legislating for same-sex marriage, so we've delivered that. And we've also been able to have a debate where all different types of views from the community have been respectfully represented. I think what people see from the Australian Labor Party here, it doesn't seem genuine. It doesn't seem real. You can't tell me there are not people, and I know of people in the Australian Labor Party who are more aligned with my views about the substantive issue and particularly about the protection of human rights, but they're not allowed to talk. You know, they only come forward with one viewpoint. Well, that's not a fair and genuine reflection of the Australian people, not a fair and genuine reflection of the Australian Labor Party room or caucus. And it looks inauthentic.
Just to pick up on Andrew's point, though, without looking too much in the rear vision mirror, it did take people like Trevor Evans, Trent Zimmerman and Tim Wilson and others to bring this to a head. You would have been in the camp, wouldn't you, that said that was an unwelcome development? Would you have been happy, in other words, to have this unresolved and rolling into the 2018?
Look, as you say, it is in the rear vision mirror, and again, I'll congratulate my colleagues Trent and Trevor and others who've brought this forward and campaigned for it. That's what people should do in politics, campaign for what they believe in, and I respect their right to do that and congratulate them on their success.
It is
now, just on your point, I was always of the view that we should seek to not just meet our election commitment, but resolve this in one way or another, and I think this was the best way to resolve it for the country.
You point out that you think that there's something disingenuous about some of the way it's been carried on the Labor side. We have actually, we've been talking about the fact that of the 17 seats that voted no, 11 of them are Labor seats. Do you think that there's a sensitivity there that might affect the way it's debated in coming weeks?
Yeah, look, I just hope that the rhetoric from Labor Party politicians does respect the views of their local constituencies. Particularly, as you say, in Western Sydney, there's a very strong no vote, and their views and the people who express those views, they deserve their views to be respected. I'm not saying that means that Tony Burke or Chris Bowen must change their fundamental views on what they think should happen here, but presumably they hopefully will approach the debate in a respectful way and not seek to denigrate those who disagree with them, including many of their own constituents.
All right, and just to wrap up, and just to clarify a point you made very early in this interview, you may abstain. Is that an option?
Yeah, look, as I say, look, it's hard. We don't have a bill, so I can't. I'm sorry, but
well, you do have a bill. You've got the Dean Smith bill.
Well, okay. Well, I don't think that goes. I don't think that I'll be upfront and say I don't think that protects human rights sufficiently. Now, but there is no finalised bill. Let's see how the parliamentary processes evolve.
But you couldn't vote for that
one. I could certainly vote for a bill that protects human rights and also respects the will of the people today.
All right, well, let's see what the Senate does as far as amendments are concerned.
Interesting few weeks.
You have business to do there, so Matt Canavan, we'll let you go.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Andrew.
Okay, so let's recap. It's just over 2.5 hours ago now that we heard the news that Australians have voted overwhelmingly in favour of changing the definition of marriage. The Parliament will now debate a bill to allow same-sex couples to marry in this country. So our political reporter here from our Parliament House Bureau, Caitlin Gribben, takes up the story.
61.6% of clear responses were yes.
61%!
Australians have said I do to same-sex marriage.
I love you with all my heart, and I want to tell you something in front of the cameras.
7.8 million Australians voted to change the law to allow same-sex couples to marry.
What's clear is the outstanding contribution that the Australian public has made to the survey and the clarity of the result.
The Postal survey divided the parliament, but today, unity.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
They voted yes for fairness. They voted yes for commitment. They voted yes for love.
I've never been more proud to stand up and represent Australian people than I was this morning when I listened to that result.
80% of eligible voters had their say in the survey, but it isn't a binding result. That means it's now up to Parliament to legalise same-sex marriage. As early as this week, the government will facilitate debate on a private member's bill to make it official.
Our goal is to have the legislation passed through the Parliament before we rise for Christmas.
Today we celebrate. Tomorrow we legislate.
But there's tension in the coalition about the shape of the bill. Conservatives are pushing for stronger religious protections.
Those protections include, one, that parents should be able to withdraw their children from instruction in schools that might go against their religious beliefs.
Our society should allow the continuation of debate and discussion for those people that hold the traditional view of marriage.
But Malcolm Turnbull's already emphatically rejected a new bill that claims to protect religious freedom. He argues it could discriminate against same-sex couples.
I don't accept that position, and I do believe that changing the Marriage Act to include same-sex marriages will be a significant change.
It's a great day.
Liberal Senator Dean Smith's bill is the Prime Minister's preferred starting point, and no-vote proponents are being warned not to cause delay.
It is now up to Parliament to do what it has always been expected to do, and that is to legislate.
Off you go and get married.
Nearly 8 million Australians are counting on that. Caitlin Gribben, ABC News, Canberra.
Okay, so winners, as they say, are grinners, and it so happens that we have two of them here in our Parliament House studio. Tim Wilson and Trent Zimmerman were both on the side of agitation, it might be fair to say, within the Liberal Party to bring this day into reality, and they've got the result they wanted. Welcome to both of you. Tim,
Greg.
first of all, the moment when it came, where were you? I think we might have seen you in some footage earlier. What went on there at that moment? I think it was about 3 minutes past 10.
There were a bunch of Liberals, Trent Zimmerman, Trevor Evans, Kelly O'Dwyer and myself, all clustered in Simon Birmingham's office. He was in the chamber, but getting together with many staff and many of the supporters on the Liberal side for the Yes case, who have been vindicated by making a very clear statement that they believe that you can be a Liberal and vote yes for change.
Yep, the result in your electorate?
76.3, one of the top 10 in the nation.
Right.
The Goldstein electorate has excelled. It also had the second highest participation rate in the great state of Victoria.
And in that sense, you've pipped Trent Zimmerman. North Sydney's result?
72%, so I'm very happy with that. I would have liked the result in Warringah, but you can't have everything.
Cheeky. Now, let me ask you about the way you brought this to a head. You weren't satisfied to have it left unresolved in 2017. Was it a painful experience, that period back in, I think it was August, wasn't it?
Well, it was a difficult experience because we had to seriously countenance whether we'd try to bring things to a head on the on the floor of the Parliament, and that's a difficult decision to make at the best of times. But what we wanted was a pathway to see this resolved, and I think that we helped provide the impetus, which saw this postal survey, warts and all, put forward as the solution.
Was crossing the floor with Labor, even on something procedural, a real option for you back then?
It was, because I think that the prospect of this issue going unresolved in this parliament right through to the next election was one that was intolerable. Not just because it was continuing to provide a distraction to the government, which it was, but we're talking about the real lives of so many Australians who want to get married, who want to show their love and commitment to each other in the same way that the rest of Australians can. And that was brought home to me this morning. My first call was to a 97-year-old constituent who's been in a relationship for 50 years, and he said to me a year ago, you better go on with it. I haven't got much time on my side. And,
wow, 97. How many decades have they been waiting?
About 5 decades. Wow. And when I reflect on his life, the majority of his life in Australia, his sexuality was effectively against the law. And now today, we are hopefully going to be able to deliver him the right to marry the person he loves.
Tim Wilson, that role as agent provocateur within your party, can you share any insights with us about that period? I presume you had many a Liberal colleague telling you to get back in your box.
Well, I knew that we took a position to the last election that we were going to resolve it by plebiscite and then to have a free vote in the parliament. And at every point, I believe I acted consistently with the position of the party. I voted for the plebiscite in the parliament, but that was merely a process to getting the outcome and delivering an outcome for the Australian people. And what I heard from the community and on the ground all the time was, why aren't you dealing with this? Why isn't the government dealing with this? And they wanted to see it done. And very clearly, the clearest message outside of people obviously supporting a change in the law from this vote is the extraordinary participation rate, and that they want the parliament to get this done.
And do you think the magnitude of this result today obliterates party political considerations such as divisions within the coalition? We spoke to Matt Canavan about that a moment ago. Do you think this heals wounds or perhaps adds to them?
Well, it's very hard for people to argue now that there isn't a majority of support in the Australian community for a change in the law. There resolutely is. The participation rate and the result clearly shows that. And I think it's up to all of our colleagues to rise to the occasion and to respect the will of the Australian people and to deliver that through a legislative path in the parliament by the end of this year.
And Trent Zimmerman, the prospect of, some might use the word meddling, but let's just call it changes to one known bill, let's call it the Dean Smith bill, does that bother you that amendments might be looked at, might even be passed for argument's sake in the Senate?
Well, that's part of the parliamentary process, and I think that it's beholden on all of us to consider whether amendments being proposed are reasonable or not. But I come to this from a very clear perspective. Australians have voted today for a more equal Australia, and any amendments that are proposed to the Dean Smith bill, which Tim and I have worked with him on, must not erode the anti-discrimination laws of this country and must be in the spirit of the decision that Australians have made today.
Do you think some come to this against that spirit or for other purposes to erode?
I think that there are deeply held and genuine beliefs about what a bill should look like. But what I've seen, and particularly in that bill that was proposed by our colleague Senator Patterson, is an outcome that would actually wind back some of the protections that gay and lesbian members of the community have, and for me that's not acceptable.
All right, well here's the sitting calendar for the remainder of this year, and there aren't many weeks left. Tim Wilson, what happens after Parliament rises for the year? This will be given royal assent once passed by the Parliament. Will we see a boom in the hospitality economy in this country as ceremonies break out?
Well, I think you're seeing a boom in the hospitality economy today because there are an awful lot of people who are celebrating.
You're not going to say jobs and growth.
Well, actually, that's a really good point. I should stay on message. No, I think we will see a lot of people taking up this opportunity, but I think for a lot of people, this is their lives that have lived through this experience, and it's been difficult, and we need to acknowledge that. And some people won't rush off to get married, but the fact that they can and that they have the equal treatment in the law and the equal freedom in the law will be enough for many people.
Trent, just on that point about the difficult nature of the campaign, there are some who say you can't have social change and social progress without campaigning and going out to fight for it. What's your view on the balance of pain versus gain in the episode of the last 8 weeks or so?
Well, I think that that's right, and every step in the progress of gay and lesbian rights in Australia has involved a battle of some kind. I wasn't particularly enamoured about a plebiscite process, but not because I was concerned about the public debate. We've got to, when we're talking about changes to the law, it's wrong to say, well, Australians shouldn't be allowed to express a view. I was mainly concerned because I don't think that the Parliament is incapable of making these decisions. It's what it's elected to do. And it is a precedent which I suspect will not be repeated. Some of the great strides in humanity have cost a lot more than this, but hopefully we're getting there.
All right. Well, you two will have a role to play yet to conclude this by the end of the year, but congratulations, I suppose, for the result that you sought. Trent Zimmerman and Tim Wilson joining us in our studio here in Parliament House. So it's not just the major cities, by the way, where we're trying to cover the land and the reaction today. We're heading to Gippsland in Victoria now, in the electorate of the Transport Minister, Darren Chester. He was and is a supporter of gay marriage. Our reporter Robert French has been speaking to some same-sex marriage supporters in that part of the world.
It's just an amazing thing that's happened. I can't believe it's 61%. It means that finally we can move forward and get things started, yeah.
And in a country town in the Latrobe Valley in Victoria's east, have you felt like there is strong support for same-sex marriage?
It's really 50-50. A lot of people, a lot of the old generation are still kind of not sure on how to go with it, but a lot of the younger generation are definitely very supportive.
It's just really exciting to finally get that step forward in the right direction.
So are you going to start planning that wedding now?
Yes.
We have already started planning it. We're hoping that by 2019 we can actually get married. So we've got it planned for late in 2019 at the moment.
Just overwhelmed, I guess. My best friends got married at the start of the year, but it wasn't recognised here, so sorry. It's been horrible, but it's great that it's been such a positive result.
It's sort of not looking forward to sort of the backlash that's going to happen, and just disappointed that it couldn't have been more, and that this couldn't be a celebration of us having passed the vote in Parliament instead of all of this unnecessary nonsense.
Raw emotion in regional Australia. Those guests from Gippsland region there. So we're not only in Gippsland, we can also go up north in the state of New South Wales. Let's get some reaction now from yet another area outside of the capital cities. And our reporter Bruce McKenzie is in the city of Lismore in northern New South Wales. And Bruce, I suppose you've been at a function there when the news came down. Please describe the response there to us in Lismore.
Look, in an area that describes itself as the Rainbow region because it's home to such a broad spectrum of people, this was always going to be a momentous occasion. A few hundred people have gathered here in the middle of Lismore. It was pretty tense actually in the lead up to the announcement of the actual result, but we had our ex-mayor break that tension in a brilliant fashion, having everyone chant yes in ever-increasing intensity, which sounded like they were having a very, very good time indeed, if you know what I mean. And look, at the moment it was read out, there were raucous celebrations, and I even got my own little souvenir. I'm not lying, this is a champagne cork that hit me right in the middle of the forehead within 10 seconds of the announcement being made.
Well, as they say, Bruce, or as supporters of same-sex marriage would say, no pain, no gain. You've copped some pain there in the process of tracking this story for us. So what's happened since then? There've been some speakers and general celebrations. People have returned to work, have they, in Lismore now?
Not quite returned to work. Look, just a few moments ago, a couple of hundred people gathered and they held hands and formed a human heart shape with the word yes inside it. I'm sure that will go crazy on social media. I've also spoken to a couple that have been waiting for this day, they said, for almost 18 years. They've been together that long, but they weren't going to get married until it was legal. One of them actually saying that she woke up this morning petrified, even though she expected a yes vote. She was just really worried about what it would mean if, in fact, the vote went the other way. So not only is there celebration, there's a huge feeling of relief in the community as well.
And multiple pledges of marriage intentions were there in Lismore?
Just the one that we've come by so far. But look, the day is young and the champagne is flowing, so who knows what could happen by the time the sun goes down.
Yeah, good point. You just keep your head down and away from those corks. Bruce Mackenzie there in Lismore, thanks for covering off events.
Will do.
Okay, so that's our reporter, Bruce Mackenzie there in Lismore, needing to play it safe during celebrations in that city. Andrew Probyn, you've been listening to a lot of the views here. What do you think about the conduct of the Liberal Party room or the coalition more broadly over the next few weeks? The stocks of this government, not especially high at the moment, particularly if you look at the opinion polls. How mindful do you think its members will have to be about settling this in a gentle fashion?
Well, there's a few battles going on here. One is to ensure that they don't annoy the Liberal base, and by the Liberal base they're talking about people who might have been majority in the No campaign. So that's one real anxiety, I think, for many in the Liberal camp, that there will be a firm batch of people there, their supporters, their key supporters, who don't particularly support the Dean Smith bill. But this is a decision that, because of Tony Abbott, was brought to the people. It was seen at the time, this is 2 years ago, when he was still Prime Minister, he said that there should be a plebiscite. It was seen as a delaying tactic, not one that had any reasonable prospect. In fact, some people don't even remember it being properly discussed when it hit the party room last time in 2015. So there is a real pressure, though, for the government to have this sorted by the end of the year. Malcolm Turnbull needs it resolved, but it does have the possibility of a very strong possibility of it getting a bit nasty.
All right, let's look at a breakdown of some of the numbers. We went through these with Anthony Green, our election analyst, a little earlier, but we might do them with you now, Andrew Probyn, and we do have the numbers to show you on the screen. First of all, starting with the most obvious figure, which is the overall headline result, coming out at 61% or just above. Some people are rounding up sensibly to 62%. Andrew, and 38.4 on the no. Just for the sake of the record and accuracy, did this conform with your own prediction?
Look, I thought if the polls were right, which I thought they would be by the time we knew that the participation rate was going to be so high. At 80% participation rate, you would have expected that it would have been roughly around this figure. That said, everyone was very keen on ensuring that various cohorts, age groups, did also come out. Now, the 18, as we heard from the chief statistician, the figures for the 18 to 19-year-olds was actually quite high.
Yes. Let's look at that in a moment. We'll go through these. We'll get to that, but we'll go through in a particular order. Let's do some states, state by state breakdown next, which we'll also be able to show you. There was a bit of variation. It will come as no surprise to anyone that the ACT, right down the bottom of the screen, topped the charts, as it were, when it comes to support for same-sex marriage, 74%.
74%, yeah.
But what else strikes you there, Andrew?
Well, I think probably the most interesting, if you look at those figures, is that Victoria is 65%, so that's higher than the national average. Then you look at New South Wales. New South Wales is 58%. That's considerably lower than the national average. And, we heard from Craig Kelly before saying there's diverse views in New South Wales, but it looks like Western Sydney is where the diversification of views is at its strongest.
So Anthony Green's view was that matched with some results in Melbourne as well, such as the seat of Caldwell, tells us a lot about ethnic populations and ethnic voters. Would that be the interpretation that you put on those seats? We're talking here about Blaxland, we're talking about McMahon, we're talking about Werriwa. Is that the best explanation?
I think it is the best explanation. I think we have had exploding populations out there. New migrants have come to parts of Western Western Sydney, which has also caused all sorts of political issues over the years in terms of road and transport and so on. But it also shows you that the strength of some political campaigns have been very directly targeted at certain ethnicities, and we saw that even reflected in some of the TV ads that came on our screens.
By the No campaign.
By the No campaign. Now, if you look at the other figures, WA was third highest. Now, WA is traditionally and has always been viewed as a more conservative state.
There it is again.
So there it is again. So WA was just on 64% for yes, and followed by Tasmania. So they're both higher than the national average. Now, WA also had a very good turnout rate, and whether in fact Dean Smith's view, high profile in this has actually played an effect, I don't know, but there's
certainly been the awakening of him as a political figure, hasn't it? It has.
But the other aspect to this is that WA is very urbanised. You've got 80% of the population lives in WA lives in and around Perth, so that probably reflects those figures. But it's interesting there's no actual electorate from WA that had a no majority.
Okay, gender. Let's look at a breakdown of the gender vote as it came through. And, well, this is the participation anyway. It's not necessarily a break on the yes-no patterning.
Which we won't get because there is no, we can't actually assign votes to particular people the way that they were voted. But, look, that's, I don't know what to make of that, really. It's just that women have maybe got more concerns on this issue, and maybe the men are just a bit more lazy, Greg.
It might be apathy wins again there on the gender stakes. But what about the age breakdown? You were about to touch on this a little earlier, Andrew Probyn, when we pulled you up because we wanted to come to it in sequence. So here are those numbers, and this is non-compulsory, so it's totally
non-compulsory. So this is really interesting, this one, and you look at this figure here for the 65 plus, and the 65 plus was where the No campaign thought that they could do their best work. So 55 to 64 was 85% participation, 65 plus 88%. 45 to 54-year-olds also heavily engaged, you would think, in politics, and then it started dropping off. 34 to 44. 74%, still pretty good, still pretty good. 25 to 34. Now, they are traditionally the least engaged people. They are the generation that's got other things on its mind. But then, this is what I find interesting, that the 18 to 24-year-olds, 74% participation rate. Now, many of these people would, some of the people, the younger people there, would never have, some of them wouldn't have even voted before.
Or put themselves on the roll, so it might have flushed out. I think we got the numbers early on, didn't we, when the rolls closed off? There was a surge in enrolment.
Scores of tens of thousands of new people got involved, got on the electoral roll because they wanted to have a say. So that's a very interesting figure. But it does show you, though, that the 18 to 24-year-olds, though there was a bit of a spike in their participation, it didn't and it could not have compensated for the older nature, the older sort of snapshot that we've got with this same-sex marriage postal survey, because the 65 pluses are very, very much more engaged, it looks like, in this event.
Yeah, and we don't have too many examples to compare this with in Australia, but I think Anthony Green was noting that spread through the demographics, the age brackets, roughly matches those countries where voting is optional. So typically to say that older people turn out in higher numbers than younger ones. So this is a novel experiment in Australia, and you've been asking others who we've been interviewing throughout the morning whether they think this might become the template for the resolution of other intractable political problems. Might we yet see the rise of debates about citizen-initiated referenda and all
Well,
this
let's
sort of
hope
thing?
not, Greg, because I think that this should be unique. in the generation of this generation of politicians. I don't think we should see this again, quite frankly, because this came about because there was intransigence in various strands of our politics here, an incapacity to deal with tough issues. It came out of a difficult process inside the Liberal Party. It couldn't decide what it wanted. The plebiscite was almost almost the last decision that was made by Tony Abbott when his prime ministership was in deep trouble, and the problem was that it was also Malcolm Turnbull's inheritance. He thought that he would have to stick with this. He didn't use any of that initial capital as the new Prime Minister, a popular Prime Minister when he came in. He didn't use any of that capital to push back against this plebiscite notion. So we've had it for the past 2 years. They've got lucky. We've had a very high participation rate, and they've also got lucky with a yes vote. And I say got lucky because it's not saying that there was greater virtue in that campaign. It's just that politically, a no win in this postal survey would have killed Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull. It would have been the end of him, because it wouldn't have reflected what the people out there wanted.
Right.
And
so
we know
it wasn't
that from all the polls.
So you're saying got lucky. You're trying to suggest that it wasn't always a given that people would respond in the way they did. Do you sense, as you talk to people in the government, that some are actually surprised?
I think this entire place was very surprised when we had those figures that came out very early on. Yeah, was it 54.5%, 55% had already voted within the first 3 weeks of this postal survey. Remarkable figures, especially for when you consider that similar sorts of surveys done in Ireland. In fact, I think their same-sex marriage referendum, I think it attracted 62%, or I could be wrong.
Right, so it found its validity in that very first release of the update numbers, because that exceeded the most dire predictions of 30.
I think even 55, even 55 as it was in the initial numbers, that showed that it was actually suddenly a legitimate process, even though no one really wanted it.
All right, well, let's go to Tasmania, the island state now, because we're trying to cover the field for you. Let's hear from people as they reacted to the news when it broke out in Tasmania earlier today.
Well, we disappointed, yeah.
Why?
Because they want to call it marriage. They can have anything they want. They can go to the family courts. They can have the same superannuation, have everything.
It's just the word.
Just the word marriage. So we've known a lot of homosexuals in our life and worked with them. We've got them in the family. We totally agree with it, but don't call it marriage. They can get married, but call it a union or something.
They can have it, but don't push it, so to speak. You know, it's their right. Like, we've got a right to say no. But I don't agree with that same-sex marriage, because it's a marriage between a man and a woman, not a woman or a man or a man. And I reckon later on it's going to affect them when they get older. They could be asked that question. Who's your mother and father? They say, oh, I've got two mothers, I've got two fathers. And that's going to reflect bad on the younger ones eventually.
It makes no difference to my opinion on marriage, so why not let everyone be able to get married? I've got 3 boys, and they should all have the right to be able to marry whoever they want.
I voted yes. Why do you vote yes? Because everyone has that right, I think. Yeah, it doesn't hurt anyone, so yeah.
I think it's fantastic. I'm from New Zealand and it's over there, so good on Australia.
So why do you think it's fantastic?
Everyone's got a right to have anything to do with marriage, so yeah, I think it's fantastic. They have a right to get married now.
Okay, so our reporter in Hobart probably managing a fairly accurate straw poll on the streets there, because that state broke 2/3, 1/3, 2/3 in support of same-sex marriage, 1/3 against, and that was probably reflected in some of the views expressed in that Vox Pop exercise that we had conducted there by our Tasmanian team. Now, state premiers were never going to be decisive on this issue. The Marriage Act is enshrined in federal legislation, so even if they had wanted to, legislating for same-sex marriage was not really within their bailiwick. Nevertheless, some were very active in the campaign process. Let's hear from the Victorian Premier, Daniel Andrews, now with his response to today's result.
A clear and emphatic message. I don't agree with the Prime Minister on very many things. That's well known and well understood. But I think he is right to say that now it is time for the Federal Parliament to get on and get this done. And I do hope that they can conclude giving effect to this emphatic majority of Australians that have said, get on and do what we pay you for, make laws and change laws. I do hope they can take that message and get this done before the end of the year. A little while ago in the Parliament I made some comments and I made the point that I and I think many other Victorians and Australians will forever be in the debt and will forever be in awe of campaigners from the LGBTI community and those who love them and those who are close to them for the respectful and the determined and the long-running campaign that they have run to bring about this important reform. I am very grateful to them and I very much respect and admire the work that they've done. They have shown the very best of what it is to be Victorian, the very best of what it is to be an Australian who supports a fair go and always campaigns for the right thing to prevail. And this is fundamentally the right thing. That's not just a source of pride for me, but I think it should be a source of pride for every single Victorian. We have had a process, in political terms, this is more than a landslide. This is quite amazing. And we now need, as a nation, to get on and get this done. And so I think I can speak on behalf of, well, 65% of Victorians when I say the Federal Parliament should get on and get this done and get it done quickly.
All right, so I suppose we could describe Daniel Andrews and people who support same-sex marriage as being in the winner's circle, which, Andrew Probyn, is an expression coined or borrowed perhaps by Christopher Pyne earlier this year as they started to agitate or point towards a resolution that people like Trevor Evans, Tim Wilson, Trent Zimmerman were after. So does that make him, I don't know, prescient or ahead of his time, Christopher Pyne?
Well, it's obviously not a term that he coined by origin, but he certainly coined it in terms of this debate. And he didn't think he was coining it in a public sense, but someone was listening to a conversation or speech that Christopher Pyne was giving a few months ago to some fellow moderates in a bar, the Cherry Bar, if I remember correctly, Greg. And he was
Cherry Bar, yeah, the
Star Bar, and he was saying that you know, there's one more thing that the moderates have to deliver, and he thinks it might happen you know, sooner than later. And he talked about the moderates being in the winner's circle. Well, you know, that brought a whole lot of argument inside the Liberal Party, inside the coalition. Warnings from the Conservative wing that they aren't in the winner's circle, and if they tried it, they would have ruin brought upon them. Well, it turns out that Christopher Pyne was right, but we have you know, who would have thunk it at the beginning of the year that we would even had a postal survey? Now, we discussed at the very start of our broadcast how this was a very unusual process, one that was proposed by Peter Dutton, of all people, a Conservative. He suggested this as a way of sorting this big problem out for the Liberal Party. It was given no credibility at the time. It was poo-pooed by some of his colleagues, and it was poo-pooed by the rest of Parliament.
Victors get to write their own version of history, and that side is very much in the ascendancy today. So what becomes of the Conservative core there within the coalition? We've spoken to people like Matt Canavan today. Do they just go down with a gentle but stoic fight and then get on with it?
Well, it depends on what their intentions are. If their intentions are to cause damage to the Prime Minister, then some of them will agitate firmer. But I think that the majority would want this over with for reasons that...
survival, perhaps.
Survival being one, but also this is whoever is in power, whoever is a Liberal leader in coming years. This has to be resolved. We have a situation where the Parliament legislation has been overtaken by community expectation. The community wanted this sorted. It's demanding now that it be sorted, and they would be offended, I'm sure, if they didn't act in that fashion to ensure that it was.
All right, let's check some far-flung, at least from where we sit in Canberra, corners of the nation now, and we'll go to regional Queensland. The seat of Maranoa is one of the country's most conservative strongholds. That seat covers a large part of Queensland's south and southwest, and our reporter Ellie Bradfield is in Dalby. She's at the local sale yards, it appears, this morning. And Ellie, what was the response there? Not by the cows, but perhaps by the cattlemen and women who were there with you?
Well, that's right, Greg. We're amongst the dust and the flies. The cattle are quite vocal here, but so are the punters on the streets of Dalby. The resounding majority of people feeling a sense of disappointment today, as you mentioned, quite a conservative part of the world. 56% of people voted no here. As you mentioned, this is a huge electorate, takes up 46% of the state, so some very remote towns included in the Maranoa electorate. Even the local member, David Littleproud, was very public about the fact that he voted no. There's been a lot of support for the no campaign here. So talking to people, talking to locals, they said the sun will come up tomorrow, things will be okay, but they're feeling a little disappointed and feeling a little out of touch with the rest of Australia. As
you say, Ellie, 56% means the no side was very much on the majority there where you are. But what of those in the other 46 or whatever the number was in Maranoa? Were they to be seen or heard in any sense today?
Well, we've spoken to dozens of people on the streets of Dalby, and we are here at the sale yards, of course, a very rural contingent of people. We've managed to find 2 people out of dozens that voted yes. They said they do feel relieved and they feel happy, but they said it's a strange sense because they can't celebrate with people around them because they've voted no and they've been very vocal about that. So it's an interesting make-up of those yes voters, but they just said it didn't affect them and they wanted to vote yes for those people, so they had that right.
So, Ellie, they were a little hard to find. Obviously, you only managed to catch up with 2 of them. Does that speak to a sense of reservation that this is not something that people like to publicly canvass in conservative Maranoa?
Absolutely. I can tell you we've managed to find 3 people this morning that were happy to tell us their views on camera out of about 50 people that we've spoken to on the TV. They've even said to us, oh, well, I voted no, but I don't want everyone else to know that. That's none of their business. That's my business. So there's that real sense of being a very conservative part of the world and this being a very private matter.
All right, well, Ellie Bradfield for bringing us the perspective from the cattle yards there, the stampede to the no vote, I think we could call it in Maranoa. We're going to thank you and let you get on to find more people to speak about it, even if reluctantly.
Thanks, Greg.
Okay, so Ellie Bradfield there, bringing us up to date on a very conservative electorate in regional Queensland. Why don't we go back to Hobart now? Our reporter Emily Street is speaking with Yes campaigners in the island state.
Joining us here now is Hobart couple Richard Hale and Michael Roberts. Richard and Michael, thank you for your time. You've been together now for almost 15 years and have been campaigning for this sort of change. Richard, in your case, for more than 30. How does this feel?
Well, it's a great relief, actually. It's really lovely to know that we have the Australian public, with us in this campaign and in this struggle. Yeah.
What does it mean for you two personally?
It's sort of like, well, it's about being equal. It's about, knowing that people treat us as human beings, that people are really happy to celebrate our love with us, and that they acknowledge that we love each other, just like other people love each other, and that they're happy for us to celebrate that with our family and friends. Yeah.
You actually became engaged 2 years ago. Congratulations. But you made the decision to wait to not go overseas as many couples do and get married there. Why was that?
Well, I mean, for me, I was born in Tasmania. I love this state, and I don't see why I should have to go somewhere else to have what I want with the getting married to my loved one. And I thought I'd rather wait, and it felt more special then. Yeah.
When will you get married?
Well, we have to wait for the legislation to go through, of course, and we don't know how long that will be, and it has to be good legislation. So there might be a bit of a struggle on our hands with that. But it's, well, pretty soon after that, I reckon, whenever that might be. But it could be days, weeks, months or years. So yeah, we'll wait and see.
Now, Richard, you have an interesting perspective on this. You were a founding member of the Tasmanian Gay and Lesbian Rights Group more than 30 years ago. How have you seen the debate shift from that time to today, where we're now seeing Tasmanians actually 2% higher than the national average vote? Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it's generational change, I suppose. We went from a stage back then where, only about a third of people supported our right, to privacy, basically. And now we've got, 2/3 of people almost supporting our right to celebrate our love together. So, that's a major change in people's attitudes across that length of time. Yeah, it's great.
Richard and Michael, congratulations. Enjoy the celebration, and thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Richard and Michael there in Hobart, adding to our list of people stating their intentions in light of the news coming from the Postal survey today. Now, joining us here in our Parliament House studio is the Green Senator Janet Rice, who has been very much at the forefront of pushing for the same-sex marriage cause. So when the news came through, it could hardly have surprised you. Janet, you've always felt you've represented mainstream Australia, I imagine.
Yeah, look, but I was very nervous because we didn't know. We didn't have any precedent as to what was going to happen in a postal survey of this kind. So overwhelmingly, it was relief that I felt when the results came through, and very, very pleased, and relieved and pleased for the thousands, the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people who've campaigned so hard for this change.
You're here in Parliament House working today. How has news reached you from people in the community? What's the vibe you've picked up, if you like?
Look, people are really relieved, really pleased, but there's this sense of, okay, that's the next step. It's been a long campaign. It's fantastic to have this result, but now we've got to get legislation through the Parliament.
And how do you think that's going to go? We have got, obviously, there's a bit of talk going on about rival bills. You support the Dean Smith bill.
It's now no longer the Dean Smith bill.
Okay,
it's the co-sponsored cross-party bill that, yes, is...
The co-sponsored...
co-sponsored cross-party.
Everyone owns it now.
Indeed.
Well, if everyone owns it, what sort of changes will you countenance?
Look, I think we'll get it introduced first of all, and so we'll introduce it, a motion to introduce it this afternoon, then we'll start debating it tomorrow. So clearly there are going to be amendments from all sides, but for us, I think it's a really good starting piece of legislation. It comes out of the Senate committee process that I was part of earlier this year with Dean Smith and Louise Pratt and myself being sort of the key drivers who sort of put the package together, and it was a consensus report as to what legislation should look like.
Yeah.
We've had lots of consultation. I've spoken to many people over the last month who are the main thing that they're concerned about is they don't want to see any extra religious exemptions beyond what are already in our existing law. And we've already got those sort of religious protections in our existing law. They don't want to see them being any further.
Now, for those unfamiliar with the intricacies of Senate procedure, this Dean Smith did give notice yesterday of his bill. He had to do that because it is a private member's bill, which means it can only be debated and talked on tomorrow. Now, why is that?
No, well, in fact, Dean, and it was all of us, so it was 9 signatories, I think, who signed on to it. So as well as Dean, there was Linda Reynolds and Jane Hume, other Liberal senators, Penny Wong and Louise Pratt.
But people were saying, why can't you talk about it straight away?
Well, So he gave notice yesterday that we have to have a motion that goes through the Senate this afternoon. It's, motions time at 3:30, and we're expecting that the motion to introduce that bill will be passed, because it almost always is for any bill. There's also a motion attached to that to vary the order of business, and so what that means is that if that goes through, that we will be debating the bill all day on Thursday, and then when we come back on Monday the 27th, essentially saying all business time will be devoted to the bill and
when do you expect it to go through?
Probably at the very end of that week of the, so it will be
a week of debate.
Yes, exactly. And I think, as we said, we expect that there will be amendments. There'll be a lot of debate on those amendments from people who want to see more religious exemptions to those that, and certainly some that we're currently considering, just to make sure that it doesn't go any further than our current law.
You don't want these changes. What do you think of those who do? Do you look at them cynically as people trying to muddy the waters, or do you think they genuinely want to try and, in their view, improve this piece of legislation?
I think there's a lot of misinformation, and sort of the people who are saying that, I've spoken to many people who were worried that it meant that their churches would have to marry same-sex couples, and so I've told them, no, that's not the case, that there are the protections that are already in our laws for ministers of religion and churches, that they can continue to choose to marry whoever they want to. So I think that there's a bit of a Trojan horse going on of people who really do want to sort of stop the changes that we're seeing in our society of, just welcoming and seeing as equals, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex and queer people, because they don't see them as equals, and they don't see our relationships as being equal to heterosexual relationships.
The fact that we had an 80% turnout, what does that tell you, given that there were expectations that it could be quite low in the 40s and 50s, but 80% is a remarkable turnout?
It's extraordinary, isn't it? And I think it does show that people care about this issue, certainly from a range of different perspectives, but it's something that people care about, and I think they want to see it resolved. That we've seen the debate over marriage equality going on for so long. In fact, the first bill to legislate for marriage equality was introduced into the Parliament by a Greens Member of Parliament in 2004, very soon after John Howard changed the Marriage Act. So we have been debating this for over 13 years now, so I think people just want to see resolution. And certainly I know in the LGBTIQ community it's saying, come on, let's get marriage equality. There are lots of other issues that we need to be moving on to.
The Greens is an activist party and fights for change, social predominantly, but not always, sometimes environmental. Looking back, was it worth the fight? I know you didn't want to have a postal survey. You feared the consequences for vulnerable people. Was it worth it, as you sit here on this occasion, on this day, to say, you know what, we got it resolved, we might have had to go through some pain to do so?
Look, I would have much preferred for us to have followed the usual process, and certainly the usual process when you're deciding on issues of human rights, that our Parliament should have just decided. We should have had legislation debated in the Parliament, and it would have been quicker, easier, and certainly wouldn't have cost $122 million. But given that we have now, essentially we were forced into this process of having a postal vote of all Australians, it's a relief that at least at the end of this process we've got a result that actually reflects what the opinion polls were saying, 6 months ago.
Was it as harmful as you had anticipated?
Look, it was, and there are a lot of people that really, having had their relationships sort of just being put through the ringer, having the whole society passing judgment in their relationships. I've heard from so many people who said that they have suffered levels of homophobia and transphobia that they haven't suffered for decades.
Is that over now, do you think?
Look, I think there's been a lot of hatred and that released by the community. I unfortunately think it's probably not over, because it's an issue that's been heightened in what's happened when you have a public debate like this and people feeling that they've been forced to take sides. But I hope that let's get through this, let's get it done, let's get it legislated, and then people can see this is about love, it's about equality, it's about respect and fairness.
And indeed we had that rare unity of cross-party support, as you were part of that, in sponsoring the bill also, but also in speaking as one down in the Senate courtyard. What does that mean?
Look, it shows that there is support from right across across the community. And for me, it's really been a highlight of my time in the Senate to be able to work so cooperatively with people right across the political spectrum. Worked closely with Dean and Louise on this bill over the last year, and it's been a real highlight.
All right, well, Janet Rice, as with so many senators who've come to visit us today, we will let you go because the Senate is sitting and no doubt you have other business to do. But for your thoughts, thanks for joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay, so Green Senator Janet Rice there, off to do some work here in the Senate. Now, also here in Canberra, the local government, the ACT government, heavily backed the same-sex marriage campaign from the outset, branding the city's buses in rainbow colours and with flying rainbow flags. It's also prominent on landmarks across the city where we're located. Now, the Territory's Chief Minister, Andrew Barr, is speaking here with reporter Dan Borscher.
You spoke about having a tear in your eye when you heard it come through. Paint a picture for me. What was going through your head?
I guess more than a decade of campaigning for equality. It's been a long journey, particularly in the ACT, when our parliament has legislated for marriage equality. 30 couples got married. There was that glorious week before the High Court overturned our legislation. What that did, though, was put the issue firmly into the federal parliament's court, and they really needed to resolve it. That we've had to go through this atrocious process to get back to where the decision should have been made in the first place is disappointing. But I guess all of that flashed before me, together with a sense of amazing pride, not only in the result nationally, but here in the ACT, with 3 out of 4 Canberrans voting yes.
There are some who say that having a debate like this was a chance to burn off the negativity that invariably was around this topic. What do you say to that?
Well, look, it's been an incredibly confronting process for a large number of people. No other community has been subjected to a lawmaking process like this. I think the opinion polls are showing that the majority of Australians would not support a similar process ever being run again. So if there's one very clear message out of this, is that there should never be a process like this again.
There was criticism of you by some within Labor for the spending of taxpayer dollars on this campaign. Is that a position that you stand by?
Well, we invested taxpayer dollars meeting an election commitment to establish an Office of LGBTIQ Affairs and to conduct community engagement campaigns around raising the visibility of LGBTIQ Canberrans. And we did so through rainbow flags, through stickers, through a couple of rainbow buses. So I absolutely stand behind those decisions.
And finally, Chief Minister, at the start we talked about how you felt. Your sexuality is well known, well spoken about. What does this mean for you and your partner? No.
Well, look, I guess it's, on a personal level, it's recognition of Anthony and I as equal citizens. I've never viewed this as being about me or us, though. It's much, much bigger than that. And a massive thank you to Canberrans for the way they embraced our community, our LGBTI community, and voted so emphatically yes. Thank you.
Chief Minister, thank you.
My pleasure.
Yeah, so he did commit some public money, not only on the buses, but elsewhere around the city of Canberra. Nevertheless, the Chief Minister, Andrew Barr, is clearly feeling vindicated, because when you get 70% in support of that which you campaigned for, I suppose you judge as Chief Minister that you are most definitely on the side of right, certainly on the side of majority public opinion as expressed by the citizens of the ACT in this postal survey exercise. Now, let's look, Andrew Probert, political editor, not just at these state-based aggregations, but drill down into some individual seats. We've heard reference to the seat of Warringah.
We have, haven't we?
By one Tony Abbott.
Yes.
What was the number there? What was the phenomenon?
Well, he had 75% support for same-sex marriage. Now, Tony Abbott, of course, was the one. He was straight out of the blocks, and he was talking. He was trying to turn the same-sex marriage postal survey into something about, political correctness. That if you don't support political correctness, vote no. So he was very quick to try and transform it into something bigger and broader, which is what he did with the Republic debate so successfully. I think that's why there was a bit of anxiety among the Yes campaign, that the success that Tony Abbott had alongside John Howard, that they could somehow transplant that kind of campaigning to this. So 75%, very strong figure in Warringah.
He was in the 25%. His daughters, or at least one of them, was in the 75.
It actually is quite representative of the family, because I think he was the only one in his household who voted no. So 3 daughters and his wife. I understand, at least, because that was a couple of years ago, but they were all supporting yes. So 75 in Warringah. That's the 10th highest in Australia. Now the man who actually is Prime Minister is in the seat of Wentworth. Now he was 4th highest. I'll just double check that. I think it was 4th highest with 81%. So very, very strong there.
So Wentworth and Tanya Plibersek's adjoining seat of Sydney. Same-sex marriage is, a big issue there, with a very large gay and lesbian community.
Exactly, but what's interesting is none of this follows political lines. We've got Melbourne, of course, it's held by a Green, the 84%. That's the highest. But Labor always knew that it had, before it lost Melbourne, it always knew that it had a big problem with the Green vote, and in the end, of course, it wasn't just a problem in 2013, but a problem in 2016. Now we've got second is Sydney, Labor-held seat. Melbourne Port's Labor. Wentworth, Liberal. Grayndler, Labor. Brisbane, well, as we know, because we just had him here, Trevor Evans, Liberal. So it actually goes across party lines, and the big strength in the no vote was actually in Labor seats. So this is, for all those psephologists and all those political scientists, it's been an amazing exercise, because it does explore the sensitivities in various seats.
Yeah, Anthony Green is one of those, and he was cautioning earlier exactly what you're saying, Andrew, not to try to interpret party politics through any of these numbers today, because it doesn't translate, it need not translate at all to party voting intentions. That would be your view.
Yeah, that's right. And again, Janet Rice, before she came on, was saying she was kind of surprised by the WA vote, and the WA vote is fascinating, because there was not one seat that had a majority and no vote. But again, I think that's because it's a highly urbanised state. But the strength of the no vote was definitely Western Sydney and parts of Melbourne.
All right. Well, Andrew Probyn mentions the state of Western Australia there, with not one single electorate returning a no majority in the Postal survey. That's the view as it's officially registered by the Australian Bureau of Statistics. But let's see what the mood is like on the ground. Here's a sample of opinions as flushed out by our reporters there in Perth.
I think it's a great result. If two people have got feelings for each other, I don't see anything wrong with that. I really don't know. I think this is going to be a real bag of worms, I think. I think they made a mistake when they called it marriage. I think it should have been more of either a partnership or a union. Of course, marriage is, I think it's a very sacred thing.
Really, in the beginning, I thought the politicians could have made a decision on all this. And my thought all along is that they're just too scared to make the decision in case they don't get voted in the next election.
Woohoo! That's great.
That's
Awesome news. Excellent.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
I love it. Because everybody should have the right to choose.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I'd hate to think we were living in a world where people could dictate what people can and can't do in their own personal life. At the end of the day, it's love. So everyone should be able to love whoever they wish to.
It's really good because most of my family members are gay, so it's really good for them as well. Yeah.
Have you talked to them yet?
Not yet.
What do you think they'll be like?
I think they'll be really happy.
Well, we've had that law in New Zealand for some time, so I'm not surprised at all, actually. It's just public opinion, I guess.
It means progress. It's just amazing to see that, and it's just awesome that we're finally becoming a part of this world, and
Yeah, it's great.
I actually literally just heard it on the radio then.
And what's your reaction?
I think it's fantastic.
And why do you think it's fantastic?
Well, I have a same-sex couple in my family, so obviously it's close to home, but I think everyone should be given the opportunity to be married.
So pretty personal for that final voter or survey completer in, if that's a term, I'm not sure, but anyway.
It is now, Greg.
It is now, we're using it. Respondent, I think might be the word, in Western Australia, which is also the home of Margaret Court, somewhat controversial in her intervention during the campaign period as a Christian minister, but clearly on the losing side of the numbers as they were collated there in Western Australia. Andrew Probyn, yes, there were the odd flashes of dissent, high-profile people, but as a general observation, the No campaign was not able to attract people of recognisable stature, I suppose, to match the likes of Ian Thorpe. We've seen Magna Jabansky, Christine Forster. I mean, the Yes campaign were a lot more tidy in marshalling those
it didn't have the star power, but I think this is one of those where almost they're in a losing cause from the start. Look, the polls have been out there. They've been between 60 and 70% for a long time, and even seats like Menzies, held by Kevin Andrews, another strong opponent of same-sex marriage legalisation. I mean, his seat was 57%, and Victoria's an interesting case because while there were little pockets of no, 65% in the end supported it. Even seats like Murray supported the Yes campaign. So, it is a very interesting analysis when you look at where the No campaign succeeded and where it didn't.
That said, a parliament would be richer and healthier, wouldn't it, if it had people of independent mind and opinion. I mean, in citing these numbers, you're not suggesting that the likes of a Kevin Andrew should meekly accept the views of the majority.
I mean, that's the wonderful thing about our parliament, isn't it? You do have people who can win seats despite having views on certain subjects that are vastly different. It turns out to their own seat. I mean, some of this stuff, of course, we wouldn't have precisely known. There have been some sensitivities on certain issues, and indeed the pollsters have looked at some of these seats with regards to same-sex marriage, but nothing like this. Now, what I found interesting that the chief statistician said earlier today that he was almost glad. He almost spoke as if it was glad that his survey actually reflected the polls. Now, I mean, I thought that was curious that he should even mention the polls, but it is true they did reflect the polls. Now, some of the critics from the start said, well, if you do want a statistical survey, because this is not a referendum, a statistical survey of the way Australians think, then why not ask Newspoll? Why not ask ReachTel to do it? It would have been far cheaper. And
you're saying it would have given roughly the same result?
It would have given the same result. Now, the ABS...
But wouldn't have had the validity. No one would have respected that, perhaps, as against this process.
Well, legitimacy was the problem with this from the start, and legitimacy only came to this postal survey because of the turnout. But the fact is it does represent what we've been told for many years about the strength of same-sex marriage support.
It also represents $100 million or thereabouts.
Slightly less, Greg, we were told.
Slightly less.
The ABS did not spend 122. They spent less than 100 million, or so they think. But still, it's a lot of money.
And there was a bit of reputational saving for the ABS there too. They really wanted to live down the experience of the census.
Census debacle,
and that point came through pretty clearly from David Kalish.
Yeah, I had a fear at one point that we were going to get a Rob Oakeshott 17-minute speech before we hear the results.
It's called burying the lead, burying the lead in the news game. He took a while to get there.
It took a while. I think it's 5 or 6 minutes, but what agony for all those people waiting in Hyde Park and elsewhere.
Needed to put his plug in for the Bureau of Statistics as he wended his way towards the official result. I think I counted about 3 minutes in.
Okay, 3 minutes. Okay, well,
2 to 3 minutes anyway into the announcement there as he rattled off the statistics and moving ahead of the normal time for the release of official ABS numbers. That was normally done at 11:30 if you're releasing inflation figures or other data. They dragged that forward to 10 o'clock, and it must be noted that the Prime Minister had to race back from a season of summits in Asia to make it here in time for his own response, which came in the Prime Ministerial courtyard here in Parliament House about 10 minutes after the Chief Statistician made his revelation here in the ACT. He was at ABS headquarters in Belconnen, and we will have Senate question time coming up for you at 2 o'clock. We've already peddled a number of senators in and out of our studios here, but because the House is not sitting this week, it does enable us to bring you Senate question time, and you would have to imagine someone will want to ask Dorothy Dixer, I imagine.
You would think so, you would think so. Look, the other thing about this is today is the first day in many days when we haven't been talking about the citizenship debacle. Now, you think about that. That is how distracting the citizenship saga has been. And in some ways, it might be a relief for the coalition to be talking about the same-sex marriage debate, which itself has caused enormous disquiet inside coalition ranks, despite what we've heard from the likes of Matt Canavan today. This has caused great tension. So today you would expect when the Senate has question time, and there's never so much attention on Senate question time as when the House of Reps actually isn't sitting, but it could be quite
interesting. Their time to shine.
Their time to shine, and they'll take the opportunity. The processes inside the Senate question time are sort of slightly dreary because you have to do those supplementary questions, but you would think that they would want to celebrate this, especially someone like George Brandis, who behind the scenes has been a big backer of this, but it's quite clear too that it's not been George Brandis who's been running any of the negotiations with the Labor Party. That job has been given to Matthias Cormann. And so Matthias Cormann, behind the scenes with Penny Wong, have been working out quite a few of these little sensitive and important issues, including this one, including the process ahead. But it's quite clear that Penny Wong wants it sorted for Labor, and Matthias Cormann, for different reasons, wants it sorted too.
They saw it coming. Now, you're saying it will obscure, or could obscure, some of the attention on the dual citizenship saga. Is it a stretch?
Not for long, I wouldn't think, Greg.
Is it a stretch to say, as I think Matt Canavan did here earlier, that it could actually enhance the standing of politicians, the way that this has been handled and the way they've resolved it?
No, I don't. That's highly doubtful, I think, because this is a process that really, ideally, and I think Janet Rice talked about this, it shouldn't have happened, really. This postal survey shouldn't have happened. It was a lot of money, even if it's not going to cost $122 million. It is a lot of money that was really just a massive survey, a massive poll of the people, highly accurate, it turns out. But it's one that ideally should have been sorted out, and they've had various attempts over the years to sort this out. Dean Smith noted in recent weeks that there's been sort of 16 pieces of legislation over the years that have dealt with same-sex marriage legislation. We still don't have the final one. We don't know which one it will be, but it's clearly going to be much more like his than any other we said before.
It certainly looks like that. Now, just to condense what's happened in the last few hours and to update you if you're not completely familiar with developments, Australians, it turns out, have voted overwhelmingly in favour of changing the definition of marriage, and the Parliament will now debate a bill to allow same-sex couples to marry. And our political reporter here in Parliament House, Caitlin Gribben, looks back on events so far.
61.6% of clear responses were yes.
61%! Australians have said I do to same-sex marriage.
I love you with all my heart, and I want to tell you something in front of the cameras.
7.8 million Australians voted to change the law to allow same-sex couples to marry.
What's clear is the outstanding contribution that the Australian public has made to the survey and the clarity of the result.
The postal survey divided the Parliament, but today, unity.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
They voted yes for fairness. They voted yes for commitment. They voted yes for love.
Well, you know, I apparently cried in front of millions of Australians and I'm just going to have to get over it, all right? It's relief, isn't it, more than anything?
I've never been more proud to stand up and represent Australian people than I was this morning when I listened to that result.
80% of eligible voters had their say in the survey, but it isn't a binding result. That means it's now up to Parliament to legalise same-sex marriage. As early as this week, the government will facilitate debate on a private member's bill to make it official.
Our goal is to have the legislation passed through the Parliament before we rise for Christmas.
Today we celebrate. Tomorrow we legislate.
But there's tension in the coalition about the shape of the bill. Conservatives are pushing for stronger religious protections.
Those protections include, one, that parents should be able to withdraw their children from instruction in schools that might go against their religious beliefs.
Our society should allow the continuation of debate and discussion for those people that hold the traditional view of marriage.
But Malcolm Turnbull's already emphatically rejected a new bill that claims to protect religious freedom. He argues it could discriminate against same-sex couples.
I don't accept that position, and I do believe that changing the Marriage Act to include same-sex marriages will be a significant change.
It's a great day.
Liberal Senator Dean Smith's bill is the Prime Minister's preferred starting point, and no-vote proponents are being warned not to cause delay.
It is now up to Parliament to do what it has always been expected to do, and that is to legislate.
Off you go and get married.
Nearly 8 million Australians are counting on that. Caitlin Gribben, ABC News, Canberra.
So that was the way the news came out and also the way it was received in different corners of our nation. But to break it down and take a bit more of a look at how Australians voted, we're joined again by the ABC's election analyst, Anthony Green, who's in our Sydney studio. And he will step through particular numbers at first, but as a person who likes to break down political figures and electoral results, you're making the observation that this is a unique experience for Australia. What do we learn from it, other than the fact that people are supporting same-sex marriage?
I think the result's relatively clear. There's a general... the highest yes vote is in inner city electorates. And generally, the further you get away from the centre of the cities, the lower the yes vote. But there are specific pockets in parts of Western Sydney, in a couple of seats in Melbourne and in outback Queensland, where there was a no vote majority. But the ones in Western Sydney are quite specific. There's 12 of the 17 no electorates are in Western Sydney, and they're all in electorates where there's a high proportion of people from a non-English speaking background, who've got different religious and cultural backgrounds. And in very high concentrations in certain electorates. Now, most of those electorates, the MPs are committed to voting yes, so it's probably not relevant for politics in terms of the next election. When the next election comes around, those electorates are going to vote by their traditional voting patterns. But it does show that when you have an issue like same-sex marriage, which cuts across the usual party lines in Australia, you see different emerging patterns, and that's certainly, to me, the most interesting standout in the whole country. Everything else is as I'd expect. Inner city electorates, yes. Rural electorates, less likely, lower levels of yes. But overall, a higher yes vote in Liberal electorates than Labor electorates, and much of that comes down to those Western Sydney results because, they do stand out. Blaxland only had a 26% yes vote. Watson, just over 30. McMahon, 35. So there's a huge difference between a very small number of electorates.
And you think, and why is it that you think there are no broader electoral consequences for those sitting MPs, whether they be Chris Bowen, Tony Burke, Chris Hayes? Why is it that we say that won't cross over to them at the next general election?
When we come to the next election, it'll be about jobs, it'll be about welfare, and it'll be about Medicare and all those sorts of issues. And while those electorates have just voted no to same-sex marriage, a lot of them are not sociologically well off. They're all, in economic statistics, all less below average in terms of wealth and income and a whole bunch of other statistics, Australian economic statistics, and are aligned with the sort of Labor voting electorates you see in outer Sydney. So it's just that this issue is not a normal political issue, and you see that in the way it splits Liberals. You've got Liberals who oppose same-sex marriage, Liberals who support. Labor's had quite a long history. They're now pretty much in support of same-sex marriage, but if you go back 8 or 9 years, the party had its own internal divisions.
Anthony, tell us about Bennelong. What can you learn from Bennelong looking at those figures where we have Bennelong is one of the 17 electorates where there was a majority no vote. What does that tell us about the contest that we might have in that by-election coming up?
It says to me that I don't think there'll be much campaigning around same-sex marriage by the Labor Party electorate, if that's the sort of thing. It is an electorate with it does have a very large Chinese and Korean community. There's a lot of local press. There's a general rule with migrant groups that newer migrant groups tend to take a lot of their cues from community leaders who are more connected with the general community. And the longer a migrant group is here, the less you see a group voting a particular way. Newer migrant groups tend to rely much more on their ethnic press in their local language, and therefore there's a more of a medium that a sitting member can sort of tap into certain groups in their electorate of that type. And Bennelong's, it's normally a Liberal electorate. I think it'll be a very interesting by-election, but I'm not sure that when we come into the by-election that same-sex marriage is going to be that big an issue, though I suspect there'll be some attempts to tap into that during the campaign.
Well, shall we break down into the states now and take a look at the variation? It's extreme, I suppose, in some respects. When you look at the ACT, it's quite different to other jurisdictions, but then there's a clump of very similar states grouped together there that are roughly in line with the overall national figure too. By that, we're probably talking about South Australia, Queensland. What do you make of those state variations, Anthony Green?
I don't think there's a lot to see there, except for New South Wales, which sticks out, and that's entirely caused by these electorates in Western Sydney, is that I don't think that there isn't that much demographic difference between the Australian states that it creates that much difference. But clearly the New South Wales figure, which surprised me by being the lowest, it's clearly the lowest because of these extremely low yes votes in parts of Western Sydney.
All right, what about gender participation? There's not, I imagine, not a statistically significant difference between males and females, but it's about 4%. Does that tell us anything, Anthony?
I think quite a number of surveys tended to show that women were more likely to support yes than men. I think that's just, you're also going to remember that the older age groups are dominated by women just simply because women live longer. So some of that difference is created by the fact that older voters were more likely to vote. So I think there's a few things going on there, but I don't think there's anything significant in those gender breakups.
So what of the participation rate? So we have 20% of Australians have not participated. What do you think that was behind that non-participation? Was it simple apathy? We do have a relatively low figure in the Northern Territory, which might be of some concern to the statistician, for example, the fact that the ABS couldn't shake these people to vote. What's going on there? And who do you think would have been more likely or less likely to vote?
When you do the Northern Territory, it'll come down almost entirely to trying to get, you're sending out postal surveys to people who very often don't have good skills in written English, and speak English, not necessarily literate in English, and you're trying to get these letters to remote communities who have very poor postal services and then get them back afterwards. I think there's a whole variety of reasons. The turnout in Lingiari, the outback electorate, is always lower than the rest of the country, and that's when they take mobile polling places around. So it doesn't surprise me when you conduct a postal survey, you actually haven't got a good return rate. I suspect it's just an issue they either had no particular relationship to. I mean, it's also an area where you're not getting a big media coverage of a story like this. It's just a remote part of the country, and I think if you check, the turnout rate is lower in most remote electorates.
All right, well, that's geography covered. Also, we have age breakdowns available, Anthony Green, and in particular, the 18 to 34 year age bracket. They returned in the mid to low 70s, which is, what, higher or lower than you would have expected?
I think the overall return rate of 79.5 was higher than I originally expected. I think in the end, the fact it was held over a long period is why the turnout rate was high. It's why it's also not directly comparable with referendums in Britain and Ireland that have been compared to, is there was so long to get the survey back that of course the return rate was going to be high. If it was held on one weekend as a voluntary vote, I reckon the turnout would have been substantially lower, because people would have had to get to a particular place to vote. It's not surprising at all that older voters are more likely to respond than younger voters. That's exactly the same pattern we see with postal local government survey elections, which are held in Tasmania, South Australia and Western Australia. The older voters are more likely to vote, the younger voters not. But I think this issue had more salience to younger voters than would normally be the case. It was a simple question: do you support same-sex marriage? People responded to it. It wasn't hard to have a response. I would say on the turnout, the news poll yesterday suggested that of those who hadn't voted, 40% didn't know what their response was. So I think
that
clearly,
seems a little high. Wouldn't you expect that most would know by now?
When you're getting into people who have only limited attention involvement with politics, you start to find things you're rather right. You find people who do not have an opinion on what same-sex marriage means and what the issue is. That's just the way the electorate works. These people normally vote at general elections.
And they're perhaps more likely to say something to a pollster than they are in the privacy of their own home with a piece of paper, I imagine. Two different processes.
Certainly, and I think I think the turnout rate's really high, and it's reflective of the whole electorate. And so I don't see that the turnout by age can be said to have biased this survey one way or the other. If everybody had voted, it might have been slightly higher.
And I don't know if we've seen the full data set yet, Anthony, but we did get those age breakdowns. Will we, in time, get the yes-no breakdowns within those age groups? Is that your expectation?
No. The participation rates were done on the returns. So if the surveys came back, they mark off the roll as returned. But the counting was separate, so you can't take the yes and the no votes back to the age or the gender of the person. All we've got is an accumulation of yes or no votes by electorate. You can't take it back. We can compare them, but you can't actually get a yes-no vote by age because it's a secret ballot.
Right, fair enough. All right, Anthony Green, for your analysis of those figures, thanks again, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
That's our election analyst, Anthony Green, joining us from Sydney. Now, as we've been saying, we do want to try and cover regional areas too when it comes to talking to people about their reaction to today's news. So here now is a readout from Renmark, their response to the approval rate, 61% of Australians in favour of same-sex marriage.
Probably relieved, I suppose, to at least we can move forward on this topic. It's been going on for years and years. These people in the same-sex relationships are just people just the same as the rest of us. They need to be treated with respect, and that hasn't been done in the past.
Did you vote in the same-sex marriage survey?
No, I didn't, but I know people that did, and I'm all for yes. So,
okay. So how do you feel that the results come out today as a yes vote?
I actually reckon that it's good that it was a yes and that majority was yes, because I reckon Australia needs a change, and it would be really good to have a change if they had the actual vote in very soon.
I definitely would have voted yes. My opinion is very strong on the yes vote, and I'm glad that people are actually, I've found that the majority of people are voting yes.
So how do you feel about the result coming out now as being a yes vote for the survey?
Yeah, I'm very excited for the future now that I've heard that it's a yes vote, and I'm definitely glad that the majority of people are voting yes, and yeah, I think it's going to be definitely a better change for the future.
There you go, a strong supporter of same-sex marriage, it seems, in Renmark, with the river behind them there. Now, we might, before we get to Senate question time, just recap some of the major moments as they played out here in the nation's capital this morning. And we did, of course, have the news broken to us by the Chief Statistician, David Kalish, at the Bureau of Statistics headquarters. Then the Prime Minister, as we said, recently returned from Asia, entered the Prime Ministerial courtyard of Parliament House here to offer his response.
The Australian people have spoken in their millions, and they have voted overwhelmingly yes for marriage equality. They voted yes for fairness. They voted yes for commitment. They voted yes for love. And now it is up to us here in the Parliament of Australia to get on with it, to get on with the job the Australian people have tasked us to do and get this done this year before Christmas. That must be our commitment. We ask the Australian people for their view. This was an unprecedented exercise in democracy. A voluntary survey, a voluntary postal survey in which 80% participated. We must respect the voice of the people. We asked them for their opinion and they have given it to us. It is unequivocal. It is overwhelming. They are our masters, we who are elected to Parliament. It's called the Smith Bill, and with all credit and affection for Senator Smith, it is, of course, it came out of a Senate committee. As you know, last year, the Attorney General produced an exposure draft of a draft bill to legalise same-sex marriage for consultation. It was considered by a Senate committee, which made a number of suggestions and proposals. Many of those were taken up in this bill. It is really a collective work. But the important point is, Catherine, that yes, it does provide protections for religious bodies and ministers of religion, for example. Can't be obliged to marry people that they don't want to marry. That's all right and proper, and broadly accepted. But this is a free vote. It's very important to remember what I promised at the election. My commitment was to give every Australian their say. That has been done. They have spoken, and they've said overwhelmingly yes, that the law should be changed to allow same-sex couples to marry. So it's our job to do that. Now, it is also a free vote, and that means that members of the coalition can vote on the bill, whichever way their conscience tells them to vote, and on amendments, and they can move whatever amendments they wish. And there will no doubt be a very lively debate, and there will be amendments will be put up. Some will no doubt get accepted, others will not. This will be Parliament at its best. You'll see people speaking from the heart, expressing their personal views, not being dictated to or directed by party bosses or whips or anything like that. And I think we'll get a great outcome that will balance all of those values: freedom of religion, freedom of speech, equality, mutual respect, and above all, respecting the will of the Australian people.
So Malcolm Turnbull, arguably one of, if not the most prominent of yes voters in the country, as he often told us throughout the campaign. I will be voting yes, and so too will Lucy. It also puts him firmly on the side of opinion within his own electorate of Wentworth there in Sydney. And so he had a message to Australians broadly, but perhaps also to his own coalition party room. So that's the yes side covered. And just in our recap, before we get to Senate question time, let's also see how the formal Coalition for Marriage, or the No campaign, actually dealt with defeat. Here's Lyle Shelton of the Australian Christian Lobby, but also, in essence, the head man of the No campaign.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Yes campaign for their victory today. It's been decisive, and I congratulate them on the campaign that they have won. For us here in the No camp, obviously it's a disappointment, but despite the valiant effort of so many of the people in this room here today and thousands of volunteers right around the country, grassroots people who supported us with donations, we haven't quite got to where we wanted to go, but that's the result and the verdict the Australian people have delivered. I've enjoyed the campaign and the process, albeit a very, very long one. But as I've talked to people, the length and breadth of this great land, I've noticed that there is an energy, there's an awakening to the importance of getting engaged in the political process and the big public policy debates of our time. And I sense that there's a desire amongst so many of these people to continue to participate in our great democracy. The democracy hasn't gone our way today, but I thank God that we live in a free and open and democratic society, and I trust those people who have been energised by this campaign will continue to participate in our democracy. People were persuaded by the Yes campaign. They, as everyone will know, have been campaigning for at least a decade. This has been a long campaign by them, and that's quite appropriate. This is a democracy, and they have been relentless in this, and they have seen the fruit of their relentlessness and their involvement in the political process. And that's been rewarded today by this result. This is a two-step process. It's the people give a yes or a no, which they've done today, and then, as has always been said by the government, it's up to the Parliament then to legislate an appropriate bill. And I think it's important to realise that and to recognise that the Yes campaign said all along there are no consequences to redefining marriage. This won't affect anyone else's freedoms. And so I expect the legislative process to reflect that. I think we obviously need to see protections for freedom of speech. I mean, even before this marriage law survey, we had leaders of the same-sex marriage movement wanting to fine an archbishop in Tasmania. We know that redefining marriage in law creates free speech vulnerabilities through state-based laws, which are often referred to as hate speech laws. I don't think anyone who voted in this postal survey wants to see their fellow Australians put up on hate speech charges. So I think we need to protect freedom of speech, we need to protect freedom of conscience, and also freedom of religion. And of course that goes way beyond a wedding ceremony. Freedom of religion doesn't end at a wedding ceremony. Freedom of religion is an international human right to manifest one's religion in public, and I would hate to see the Australian Parliament create a vulnerability for what is a basic fundamental human right of freedom of religion and, of course, freedom of speech. This is not just about religion. That is important, obviously, for millions of Australians who are religious, but free speech is also very much at stake, depending on what sort of bill comes before the Parliament in the coming days.
So down but not out, Lyle Shelton of the No campaign has lost the argument with the public, but still hoping, quite obviously, to salvage a few things in the legislative process as this progresses over the next few weeks. Now, the last instalment of our catch-up with everyday Australians comes from Broome in the far northwest of the country. Our reporter Erin Park has been out and about in tropical Broome, checking the mood of respondents there.
Oh, I was quite pleased for the outcome of it. Certainly believe in equality.
Were you surprised, or is 61 about what you're expecting?
I was actually not surprised at all. I really thought that the Australian people would vote that way, just my own personal opinion. You know, I think pretty much every Australian believes in equality, and we have the right to choose, you know, how we want to live and, you know, how we want to be in a relationship.
I was surprised that it was such a big margin, so that was the surprising thing. So I thought it would have been quite a close vote, but not to be.
What are your own thoughts on the issue? Did you vote, and which way?
Oh, I voted, and I voted no. It's probably reflective of my age, but obviously the young people voted the other way, or the younger people voted the other way, the changing moods and so on and so forth. It's probably life.
So we're inside 2.5 minutes of Senate question time coming up in just a moment. They were the voters of Broome there, talking to our reporter Erin Park. After question time, we'll wrap up our coverage from Canberra for now, when our political editor Andrew Probyn will have to duck off and meet other reporting obligations. But final observations, Andrew, just to pick up on the Prime Minister, we recapped his media conference there. Who did you think he was speaking to as he spoke about getting on with it. Was that the Australian public or his own party room?
When he talked about the fact that we must respect the result, he's really talking about the Liberal Party and the Coalition Party room as much as anyone else, because I think that some people who voted in this postal survey might not kind of realise that this is not binding. They might have thought that they had a say, the final say on this issue. Well, that's not how this works. This is not a referendum. This is not changing the Constitution. This is simply a poll. And so it is now incumbent on Parliament to act on that, to show respect. If they are to show respect to this viewpoint,
and
then
they will, won't they?
Of course, I think they will. They would have to. If they didn't, then this entire place would be in uproar and
viewed with even more disdain than it currently is.
Yeah, and there's a lot of disdain, let's face it, towards this joint at the moment. But you know, we also heard from Lyle Shelton. This is the way that the debate is going to progress in coming weeks. He talked about human rights and freedom of speech. Well, human rights, of course, is the very issue upon which the Rainbow crowd were talking. You know, those in support of legalising same-sex marriage were talking about human rights as well. Lyle Shelton's now doing it. So we've got these conflicting themes under the same banner.
Yep. Bit of redefinition going on, but as we said, they're probably repositioning to try and salvage a few baubles on the way through in the legislative process. Andrew Probyn, thanks so much for your analysis and insight throughout the morning on a pretty historic day.
It's been a lot of fun, Greg.
Here in Parliament House. And the Senate has a habit of starting question time there fairly promptly. We don't often bring it to you, but it is the only chamber sitting here this week. So we're going to bring you their question time. We do have this new president. Of course, his name is Scott Ryan, presiding, and they're going to get into question time now. So we'll just go straight to the chamber.
My question is to the Minister for Women, Senator Cash. I refer to the announcement of Queensland One Nation's domestic violence